extra stuff here. Good evening, all. I would like to call the Town of Rocky Hill Planning and Zoning Commission regular meeting of Wednesday, January 15, 2025 to order. Can I have silence, please? Excuse me. Thank you. First item on the agenda is the public hearing.
Special permit site plan application, AMG Pub II LLC, proposing to combine properties and reconfigure gas pumps and the building into a relocated retail convenience store and gas station for properties located at 2720 and 2736 Main Street in the C Commercial Zoning District, ID 14-227 and 14-225.
Thank you.
Just for the record, there is a sign-in sheet in the back of the room. I would ask if they're planning on speaking, if you would please print your name and your address. And when you come up to the podium, you do state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
And before we proceed, for this public hearing, as with others, the speaking time is 3 minutes for each speaker. And this is to give every speaker who wants to address to the commission about this particular public hearing, to give them a chance. And once everybody is done, and if you still wish to talk, address to the commission, you can come back. But please respect this time frame of 3 minutes for the first round. I just want to make sure that everybody gets opportunity to discuss and address your concerns to the commission. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Amy Suchins. I'm an attorney with an office at 135 Broad Street in Milford, Connecticut, here representing the applicant AMG Pub II LLC. As you noted, the application involves the two properties at 2720 Main Street and 2736 Main Street. I did want to submit for the record, number one, the certificates of mailing that we had provided, and number two, just because the issue had been raised in some of the public comment that's been submitted so far, just documentation about the sign that was posted on the property. Under your regulations, the posting of the sign for a public special permit public hearing is frankly a courtesy. It's not a requirement. We did comply with that as recommended by your staff. We put up the sign. Question about the sign falling over in the high winds. As soon as that was brought to our attention, it was actually reinstalled on the property within about 3 hours of when it had fallen over. And just for the record, that was 2 days before, even if the sign had been required, it was 2 days before the deadline to do so. So just as a matter of procedure, there's those. And then just in a broad overview, obviously I'm here as well as Gareth Wilson, who is our project engineer, and Danny Porco, who is the representative from our client this evening. As you stated, the application before you is for a special permit in connection with what is technically under your regulations an automotive service center that includes not only what we traditionally think of as a repair facility, which this station is not, but also just a regular old gas station. And so that's what we're proposing, to modernize the station on the property. Based on our records, it's been there since about 1959, early to mid 1950s is when we believe the property was initially used as a gas station. And then the second component is obviously the site plan associated with the redevelopment of both properties, and the retail convenience store use is a site plan use in the commercial zone. We provided a special permit narrative outlining a number of the other issues. I did also want to note, and I'll turn it over to Gareth to walk you through both the development plan and some of the comments that were raised, but we have in fact received and responded to the comments from the town engineer, and so all of those have been fully addressed. And we also did get a report back from the fire marshal, and he had no comments on the application. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gareth.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Gareth Wilson. I'm with BL Companies in Meriden, 355 Research Parkway. So I'll walk you through the civil engineering aspects of the site. So on the screen at the moment, which hopefully you can all see, is the current lots. Gas station on the left and the retail on the right. Would you mind, there's no mouse I can click. Would you mind going to the next slide? So this is in a commercial zone. Is there a mouse I could zoom in on things here, or was it purely controlled at the back? Sorry, just would help to zoom in. Yes. Over in the middle, almost, there's a small C at the junction of Main Street and Forest. That is I've shaded red, the commercial district, slightly further south, a little bit further to the next junction. I don't know if I can-
it's hard to
It's hard to see. I would just like to zoom in, show that we're in a commercial zone. It's the only commercial zone in that vicinity, and really from the center of town, it's the only thing south of that there. So that's the zone we're operating in, and we're seeking the permits in. Could we go to the next slide, please? So this is the survey of the existing conditions. Again, gas station on the left, we've got 5 pumps. They're spread 4 at the top and 1 closer to the road. The front with a small convenience store, around 600, just under 700 square feet. And then the retail store to the right is approximately 2,400 square feet. At the rear of the site, if the square canopies there, the last 2 rectangles with the circles in them are the underground fuel tanks. They were recently replaced a few years ago. They are remaining as they are. What we're proposing to do is replace the canopy and the pumps, modernize them, add 1 more pump, and have the convenience, the retail element, larger than what is currently there. So if we can go to the next slide, it'll be the site plan or demo plan. So to do this, we're basically demoing what we have shaded in grey, resurfacing that. I've included a photograph in the top left of the boundary to the north. So there's 2 rows of vegetation there. I'll speak more of that later, but I just want to make it clear. The larger arborvitaes at the rear are remaining, and the smaller bushes to the front are being removed and replaced. We're actually going to increase those, and that is due to regrading, which will come on to later, but I just wanted to, screening is going to be a key element of this project, so I wanted to show that there. It's just those smaller bushes. If we can go to the next slide, please. So here we have our site plan. So we have 6 pumps, an increase of 1 pump from existing. We have the 4,200 square foot gas station convenience store. We have electric vehicle charging to the top of the page at the top left and top right corner. We have the ADA spaces right in front of the C-store with the hatching and access and the ramps up to the sidewalk. Along the front of the main street, we're reducing 3 curb cuts to 2, and then keeping the curb cut on Forest Street for one-way access in. There's no vehicles exiting there. So we're providing a total of 41 parking spaces, 2 ADA, 3 EV, and then the 6 pumps there. We're also adding a sidewalk along the front, which currently is there in part, but not fully connecting. You have to cross the forecourt, and the retail space has a very large, wide curb cut, which you have to cross, which is basically as wide as the building itself. So we're reducing the curb cuts, bringing them in and narrower, and then adding the sidewalk and a pedestrian connection into the site. And we can go to the next page, please. So this is our grading plan, and I mentioned the small shrubs to the left-hand side and the north side. Between Forest Street and Main Street over, we have a 9-foot elevation change, which was quite surprising until we got into it. So to make this work and get a level pad for the gas pumps and of course the building and have standard grades throughout, We had to regrade this site, including pushing back in our landscape buffer at the rear, regrading that to allow the C-store to fit in within the outside the 50-foot buffer, and allow the drive aisles from Forest Street to come on and connect through correctly without any steep grade. So we had to regrade slightly outside of the existing pavement area, and unfortunately those bushes are being removed, but I'll show you the landscaping plan shortly, or what we're planning to replace them with. Can we go to the next plan, please? So this is our drainage plan. Overall, we're reducing impervious surface compared to what's there. So that's a net improvement. We're also providing treatment. So it's a little bit more complex. So to the rear of the site, we've got the regrading and a yard drain coming through, collecting water from there, coming out onto Forest Street, collecting water from that side. And then the majority of the site comes through the other system along the north side to the neighbour on the left, along the west side on Main Street. That's anything going through the forecourt's been collected, and going through the rectangle with the three circles in it, that's an oil water separator. Then from that, it goes to the baffle manhole, which directs the water back up to the hydrodynamic separator to provide treatment for the surface water. So not only are we reducing the amount of water that's going to the system, we're also improving the quality of that. Would you mind going to the next slide for me? Thank you. So this is our utility plan. We're proposing, there's a lot of connections ready to the site. The existing sanitary, which we're going to connect into, water, gas, and then electric, providing two transformers, one at the rear of the building, just where the bump out of the building is, there's a concrete pad, and then over in the top left, in the island, there's another transformer there. One transformer for the EV charging units and one for the gas station itself. And can we go to the next page, please? So this is our sediment and erosion control. So at the rear of the property, we are regrading that, so we are protecting those slopes. And of course, on the northern side, the left-hand side of the page, protecting that as well. The entrances will be blocked off during construction, except for the construction entrance on the left-hand side. And then sediment traps throughout on the catch basements. Again, the engineers reviewed all this. We responded to his comments, and he was satisfied with what we're proposing. We can go to the next slide, please. So this is our detailed landscaping plan. If I actually just go forward one more to the colored landscaping, there we go. That would help. So what is in dark green around the boundary to the left and the top of the page is the existing tree line. So we're maintaining that. We're not touching those trees. There are some trees that are further into the site that are being removed, a handful of those. And then over towards the Forest Side Street, that's currently just grass going up the hill to the residence there. That's our 50-foot residential buffer. So we're planting that up fairly densely with evergreens along near the boundary. And then we've got a few oaks planted in there. And then the other trees along the boundary are street trees, maples imposed there. And then there's shrubs throughout. And again, over on the left-hand side, where say we're moving the small bushes, we're providing, I want to get the number right, 20, let me just get the number right. We're taking away 8 trees there. Sorry, I misspoke. 8 shrubs there, and we're replacing with 18 evergreens, black arborvitaes. So again, adding greater density along that boundary to the neighbour as well. Would you mind going to the next slide? Thank you. This is our lighting plan. So we're providing new lighting throughout the site. Nothing spills outside the site onto neighbouring residential area. So there won't be any light. Also, there's a decent elevation change. We are lower. The residents around us to the rear are higher, and then to the north or the left of the page are equal distance. But again, there's no spill of light outside of our boundary there. Go to the next page. So this is an architect's representation of the building and the gas pumps. Just to show the feel of what the client is trying to achieve. Atlantis have been updating really all their gas stations around Connecticut recently. Made a really excellent job of that. They're very attractive, nice materials, and they're Atlantis Fresh is the name they use, and it does feel that way. If you go to the next slide, gives you a closer up view of the gas station itself. Sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. So there's the building there itself and the graphics for it. And the new pumps, you can see that in the corner of what they're proposing to install. If we go to the next page, we'll go to more of the architectural plans, the elevations of the building, as you can see. So the building itself is rotated facing the gas pumps and not the road itself. We had looked at other options of that, but really to get this to work within the existing footprint, rotating it 90 degrees and placing it facing the pumps seemed to serve the customers best as well. So it's not as predominant on the road. The short end of the building is facing the road. If we go to the next slide. So this is the concept floor plan. The doors there to the left, refrigerators to the right, and then the bottom right, you've got the restrooms, and then the aisles in between with the counters at the top. And they've got a small storage area. That's what the bump out is. Provide a storage area for any supply, so that helps keep down deliveries, and not everything has to go on the shelves immediately. So it really smooths over the operation of the building, having that dedicated storage space. And then next slide, these are one more. That's, in a brief, the civil engineering aspect and part of the architecture for the program. Happy to take any questions, go into more detail, share more drawings as needed, but that's a brief overview. Any questions on that I can help with?
I think if your presentation is finished, we'll open up the public hearing to the public for their comments.
Thank you.
Are you guys done, or?
I think we're done, yeah? Okay. Thank you.
We have a speakers list, as I said, in back. I will get them. There's another sheet there if you care to sign in.
I think before, I think this, you have special permit criteria, right, that you have identified?
Yes, it's included in our narrative.
Yeah, so normally what we do is we just go through those criteria for, for a public record.
Sure. So with respect to the special permit criteria, A is suitable location for the use. Obviously, we're located in a commercial zone. The retail component is allowed by site plan, as I had noted earlier. So obviously, we think that that's demonstrates compliance with the suitability, as well as the fact that this is on the gasoline station component. Obviously, the station is allowed by special permit, which is why we're here. But given the fact that the station has been in place and that since, for probably north of 60 or 70 years at this point, and continues to operate, we think is successful. Again, suitability of the use. I think also this type of use at a important intersection is exactly the kind of location where you want a convenience use that's accessible to everyone. B is appropriate improvements, includes things like design elements, locations of the building, proposed use, no adverse activity, no adverse effect on the area. I think what you'll see in what you see in the plan is a significantly improved site, as Gareth noted. The site plan does include a number, I think most importantly, the reduction of a curb cut right at what is frankly a little bit of an offset intersection, and closing off that driveway on the 2736 property really does add a great deal of improvement. I think we neglected to mention, but I think you obviously all know, Main Street is a state road, so ultimately the Connecticut DOT has authority over any changes through the encroachment permit process, and that will be something that happens, assuming we were to get your approval. And I think the other component to the appropriate improvements is the plan that you see here. We're making significant upgrades to the existing condition, obviously with respect to stormwater on site, and making significant improvements in that respect, but also the landscaping and the removal of a lot of impervious surface. With respect to suitable transportation conditions, this is really about movement on the street, parking adequacy, things like that. What we've shown is compliant with the regulations, and as I said earlier, we think that it's a important consideration, that this is the type of convenience use at a key intersection. Adequate public utilities and services, those are obviously already on site, and we will continue to use public water, public sewer, and connect as necessary. Environmental protection and conservation, this involves any sort of more resource-oriented type things. I don't think we have too much of it here, but certainly, as I said, with respect to the improvements to the stormwater over what's on existing conditions now, that will make a very important contribution to protection of the resources, natural resources. F, long-term viability, about adequate provision for maintenance of the proposed development, which would include structures, streets, other improvement. I think here we're starting from scratch, frankly, upgrading for long-term purposes. This site has not had any significant renovations in probably, based on what I could find in the records, probably 40 years. So I think we're at the end of its viability. And then G, consistency with the overall objectives, does not conflict with any of the purposes of the zoning regulations, anything in the POCD or general public health, safety, welfare. Again, I think when you look at the existing conditions of the site as compared to what we're proposing, I think overall we're fulfilling the goals of the zoning regulations, and again, kind of looking to the future, particularly including an EV component where not only might somebody who's using traditional gas come to the site, but we may have the opportunity to, as the market changes, be able to provide a service for a different type of vehicle customer in the future. So those are all the criteria. If there are any questions, but otherwise I'll sit down so we can get back to the public.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify the seated commissioners. That'd be Commissioner Zarelli, Commissioner Glico, Commissioner Mahose, Commissioner Brescia, and myself. Now I'm going to open the public hearing to the public. I think, Kim, you have the names, right?
I do. The first speaker is Charles Wisnowski. And the speakers list, just for the record, is for this particular public hearing, just so you know.
Good evening. Charlie Wisnowski, 670 Old Main Street. I heard Chairman Desai say earlier we have 3 minutes, and then we have the right to speak at the end. Some people were going to come and give me their minutes, but I can work with this. So in this 3 minutes, I'm giving you a very broad overview, which is basically the opposite of what the attorney just spoke to you about. So I'm going to do this shotgun-like and then come back, speak what I can in the time that you're still awake, and then I'm going to give you 5 packets of my comments and observations and suggestions to you with background information as to why that's relevant. So number 1, off the top of my head, this property has benefited from a number of variances which establish the side yards and the front yard of what exists out at the site, and the applicant is going to continue to use those. An integral condition of those ZBA approvals was that there shall not be any retail development on this site. And in 1991, this commission, Planning and Zoning Commission, Town of Rocky Hill, approved a site plan. The representative of the same company, the predecessor, Northern Petroleum, General Equity / Food Bag, agreed, said we are not going to put a convenience store. There was discussion, it specifically will never have a Cumberland Farms type store on it. All this is of record. I'm going to give you the minutes. I'm going to give you the votes. I'm going to give you the letter from Kim Rickey, the young town planner then, where she specifically said the approval is there shall not be retail use of 2720 Main Street. That was recorded on the plans. It's downstairs in the vault. That's number 1. Number 2, this is an existing non-conforming site for fuel dispensers. It's within 850 feet of Moser School, and your zoning regulations do not permit that. So they want to increase an existing non-conforming use from 10 dispensers to 12. They want to add to this site EV dispensers. Your regulations, the planning and zoning regulations of the town of Rocky Hill, require that if you have more than 30 parking spaces, you're required to put EV charging stations. Well, their plans show these EV charging stations 30 feet above approximately 15,000 gallons of gasoline. Now, I spoke with the fire marshal about this issue directly. And I said, what do you know about this? And he says, I don't know anything about it. Nothing's provided, nothing's in the plans, no plans have been given to me about EV charging stations. The site plan indicates they may be there, but when he was asked to approve this site plan, he just approved where a fire truck could get in. So this is an issue the Commission under Health, Safety, and Welfare needs to address. Before you shut me off, traffic. Your plan, special permit, every aspect of it requires a traffic engineer study. There shall be a traffic engineer study by a Connecticut licensed traffic engineer. Well, there is none. And there's no traffic information in here, and I'm going to tell you later, and I'm going to give it to you, all the problems. In 2012, the state of Connecticut, CROG, and the town of Rocky Hill, using Ty and Bond, did a very large study of the Route 3 corridor, which includes the intersection of this state road, 411, which is West Street, 99, which is Main Street, and Forest, and suggested it be reconfigured. Your plan of development has this in there as a targeted site to be fixed. So if I don't get another sentence out of here, you have an opportunity to correct a traffic problem where the state of Connecticut projected that it'll be level service F in the year 2030, 5 years from now, at this intersection. There are a lot of issues with that. And under the town of Rocky Hills ordinance, you as this commission have the right to engage your own professional at their cost. I'm going to provide that to you. And I suggest you do get a traffic engineer. Each traffic study for the last 10 things you all looked up as a group had a traffic study that projected traffic. Thank you. I'll come back at the end.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
An individual had signed up, but he's also on the agenda. I don't know if Ed West wants to speak on this item. Okay, okay, not a problem. I didn't think so. Okay. We have Scott Chateauneuf. Could I have your name and address for the record?
Robert Scott Chateauneuf, 170s Forest Street, Rocky Hill. Thank you. I just want to let you know, we've been in this town now over 35 years. I live on the property adjacent this proposed site. The Forest Street entrance, from all my years that they're talking about turning it into just a one-way, it only had 3 or 4 parking spots over all the years, and if I saw a half a dozen cars go in there a day, it was a miracle. So eliminating a traffic by saying, oh, we're only going to make it go one way, no, there's going to be a whole lot more traffic going through that entrance than there was. You know, this already bad traffic area that we have is I don't know if any of you drive over there. It's bad. Just this morning, I almost got T-boned because the intersection's offset, and it happens on a daily basis. I don't see how knocking down a couple of buildings, doing a complete site work, and building a new one, emphasis on new, a convenience store that's not supposed to be a convenience store anyways, can be constituted as reconfiguring. And again, I've driven by several of the Atlantis stores in the state. These things are lit up. I mean, really lit up. And, you know, what it's going to do to, I'm going to have to get like those blackout shades they had during the war so I can go to sleep. You know, it's not an existing convenience store to be reconfigured. My house is 125 years old. My border is 15 feet away from the gas station's border. Any trees they put on there, it's known that the roots grow 2 to 3 times bigger than the trees. You got a 125-year-old foundation 15 feet away from where they want to put trees. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but down the road, and whose problem, and, you know, what's it going to be? You know, they mentioned it's an important intersection, and over the years it's grown, and, well, it is an important intersection. It's an important intersection to all the residents and the people that use it because it's deplorable. It's just a bad intersection. It might be. Don't get me wrong. If they get approved for this and open up, sure, they're going to make a ton of money. At whose expense? At the town of Rocky Hill's expense. And I just think you as the board should look at a lot of the things that Charlie has brought up. And, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of other places for a store of this magnitude and size, but this isn't it.
Thank you.
Candy Braden.
Good evening. My name is Candy Braden. I own the properties at 5 Stepney, 21 Stepney, and I live at 11 Stepney. I am very concerned about this renovation, I guess they're trying to call it. One of my major concerns is, as a veteran, the PTSD that I deal with is pretty significant, and although I am fairly well medicated, I can tell you the noise from the current location is bad enough in the summer. In the winter, when the leaves fall, it's even worse. You can hear everything that happens at that store at my property at 5, which doesn't even share a border with it. There's 2 houses in between mine and theirs, and I can still hear everything that's going on there. It's a little bit excessive. I don't think what they're talking about doing meets the mark. I also have a question for the engineer. Currently, the entrance and exits on Main Street are one way. You go in closer to the lights, to the whatever direction that is or whatever, and you exit on the more resident side. You're showing entrance and exit for both of them. I don't remember you saying widening those, but I thought of if they're being widened. That's the question I have for your enter is, if you're actually entrance and exit out of both of those entries, you have to one those because just don't fit there right.
Just so you know, Ms. Braden, that what happens is public, and any questions asked, there will be a chance for the applicant to answer those
Awesome.
questions.
That is a question I have for
Okay.
you. Regarding the traffic concerns, I second everything that was said about traffic. And I will just mention that this, just without any changes, Kelson Row opening has significantly increased traffic on this part of the road. There was no change made because of Kelson Row on Main Street. I think they have a little side entrance off to the back on Dividend or whatever it is, but there's the same light out by CVS. So all of that traffic that's still extra traffic that's there. If we talk about doing this as well, that's another it's egregious. My final concern is my concern for my children who pick up their bus and get dropped off at their bus literally less than 20 feet from that entrance. There are school buses there every single day. If you increase the traffic here, I think you're asking for school kids to get hurt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudette Chateauneuf?
I'm going to give my time to Charlie.
Did you hear?
Yeah,
Okay.
anyone go to next? Yeah.
Do you want? Okay. Michael Garrity.
Michael Garrity, 2 Stepney Circle. The attorney talks about improving the area and making it better for everybody involved, but when the gas trucks come at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and deliver fuel, and they're knocking the tank lids around like they're hockey pucks, it wakes me up in the middle of the night. When a dumpster comes to get picked up at 5 after 5 in the morning, any day of the week, whenever they feel like it, and I've asked them several times not to have the trash come pick up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, well, it's the trash companies. We're at their mercy. They come pick it up when they can. We can't tell them when to come pick it up. That's being a good neighbor and improving the community. And it's just, the light pollution is already there now. With their new lighting plan, they're saying it's not going to be coming out of there. It's the whole, my neighbor across the street's yard is lit up fairly well every night, and it's just, between that and now that it's open 24 hours, we have, I get to hear rap concerts at random times, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. It's really pleasing to get woken up out of bed to a rap concert with my window shut in my house that I'd say I'm probably 300 feet away from the border of the property. But it's a little annoying, and it's a quality of life thing. And the other thing is you're putting 3 EV charging stations, over 30,000 gallons of gas. That's kind of crazy. And where are the transformers? I can't figure out where the transformers are on the thing. But that's also a safety concern of mine. That's it.
Thank you.
Diane Grenier?
Hello, Diana, 40 Stanley Court, Rocky Hill. My family has owned that property since 1908. It abuts Hogbrook. I have several concerns about this project. One of is it states it's not in a watershed area, however, it is uphill from Hogbrook. So if an incident ever did occur there, there would be drainage into the brook and therefore into the river. My other concern is when I was looking at the map at the gas venting systems, it shows no improvement of the venting systems, but more tanks. And the Community Environmental Defense Services, for other programs that neighborhoods have tried to fight, have already shown that those venting systems put out a large amount of benzene and other chemicals, and it doesn't look like they're going to be adding any recapturing system for that, and it's right along the border of the houses, not of the street. And they're also going to be putting the charging stations right over top of where that venting system is, which is kind of bizarre. My other note is, because the charging systems are in the back by the housing area, I happened to be going down Main Street about 1 o'clock in the morning a couple of days ago, and Aldi's and Kohl's has a charging station there. It's a parking lot, it's not residential. There were cars there charging at 1 o'clock in the morning. And so is this gonna end up happening with this gas station? And the size of this gas station, Forest Street has already become a tractor trailer zone, even though tractor trailers aren't allowed on it. And I can foresee that that's gonna become even worse, because trucks are gonna come up over the hill to try to get into this gas station at all hours of the night if it's open 24 hours a day. And what is to prevent them from using that as an overnight parking lot while they're waiting to discharge their loads on Dividend Road when the company is open? And that is actually against the law of the state of Connecticut to have that happen. So what regulations are going to happen by this committee if in fact this is allowed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Henry Doobie?
Give my time to Charlie.
Steve McLeod? Oh, that has to go in back.
Oh, sorry. It's the only one on the file, so it should be easy. I didn't realize that, I apologize. I'll go ahead and begin. My name is Steve McLeod. I live at 167 Forest Street. Actually, the first part of my first slide was a little bit to add to what Mr. Wolnitzky started talking about. Thank you. I thought that a little bit of historical perspective might help further set the stage. We had mentioned in the beginning with the original talk, the earliest zoning Board of Appeal meetings were mostly focused around moving buffers and changing the outer boundaries in the front and on the side. And as a result of that, Rocky Hill said, don't put a convenience store on the property. All three departments, the ZBA, the zoning, CPC Commission, again, Mrs. Ritchie put out a letter to that effect. And the building department, as they issued a certificate of use and occupancy, said, you will not have a convenience store on the property. That originally was in 1989. Moved forward about through the next 10 years, the next variance came along. And by then, I'm sure they had evolved. It was obviously starting out as a gas station. Interestingly enough, they're still calling it a gas station. But during that 10 years, it evolved to a convenience store. 600 square feet, and originally, again, as I was saying, they were only supposed to have small snack items and immediate use items. But as you go there now, when you walk in, it's a 3-foot aisle going down one side, 3 foot across the front, 3 across the other, and everything else is packed to the gills with convenience store items. So all that's really to say, as in my opinion, is that it's evolving to a convenience store. It's really a non-conforming use, if you will.
Forward to 2 years in 2020, we had 2 zoning board of appeals. Again, Senator aiming to move a buffer 25 feet in half. Thank goodness that was down. Interestingly enough, as a part of that meeting, they were all discussion was about early allowances. Started out saying the property's non-conforming. We understand that, but approve our plan, it'll be less non-conforming. Well, interesting thing about that was, and it occurred to me during all this talk about non-conformances, was avoiding any discussion on the non-conformance was non-conforming use of a convenience store that shouldn't be there. Knowledge Rocky Hill has never come back and blessed, if you will, a convenience store being on the property. That's not mine, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll just keep talking. So, Rocky Hill did not want a store on this property. And certainly, and as time goes by, in case years now, then 20 years, grandfathered in, I guess, regulations. Those are continue. And moved there 21 years ago. It was there when I moved in. It was there when I looked at the property. And honestly, I've used it through the years, up until a couple of years ago, when all this started. I decided not to use it to go there anymore. But being a non-conforming use,
So your 3 minutes are up, and you're going like almost four minutes, so,
I'm sorry. Oh, my 3 minutes are up?
yeah, I mean, you can always come back.
Okay.
I know, but I think he's working on,
Oh, is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can always come back, sir. I think,
There are no other names on the list. If you
Okay.
wish to speak, please,
okay, anyone,
up.
I just
So,
want to confirm, anyone who would like to address to the commission?
I know Charlie does, and I know Steve,
Okay, thank you.
so, do you want to?
Anyone else who would like to address to the commission? Seeing none, Kim, do you have comment?
There's no one else on the
Okay.
list. I do have written correspondence that after this and before the rebuttal, I need to
Yeah.
read into the record,
Yeah.
so.
So, from the IT, is that, can we have the presentation, please? I don't know if you can hear.
Ray, do we have the slide that was on the flash drive? Oh, that's Kelson. Okay. Is this what you?
That's yours?
Okay, thank you, Ray.
All right, thank you.
So if you'd go to the next slide, please. So, as I was saying, clearly, Rocky Hill did not want and has not wanted a convenience store on the property. Also, clearly, the owners created a non-conforming use by evolving a small 600 square foot service station into a regular convenience store. And now we're here, they're asking to not just evolve, and in my view, not a reconfiguration, it's a full-blown expansion by 7X to a 7X size convenience store. And I think that's where really, like I said, I've been there 21 years and no problem with it as is. But now you're talking 7X convenience store, adding another gas pump, and if you could go to the next slide, please. And having been there 21 years, I haven't seen the growth of our community that necessarily warrants or needs this type of expansion. Understand certainly why they're doing it. In my view, the need is not there. It's all about the greed. This company has, as they showed you, numerous convenience stores. It is interesting that they're purposely not calling out the convenience store. If you go to the next slide, you can see on the drawing, it just says C-store. And the name on all their drawings is gas station. So convenience store of that size, please, we're just not into it. The other thing I wanted to mention was, we're not for it, I'm sorry, that is that from a traffic standpoint to add a thought to what Henry was saying earlier. I think it's going to be a serious issue as you, is there like a pointer? When you have two exits coming out into Main Street there with in two entrances and exits, for people that want to go south towards Cromwell, you can see the walkway traffic starts there and starts backing up. Tonight at 10 after 6, when I was coming here, traffic was still backed up to the cemetery. And rush hour is starting to wind down way after the real rush hour. So you'll have traffic backed all the way up there. They just have to wait for somebody to let them in. And the second thing on traffic, some of the paperwork I saw really can't base a decision like this on just an overview traffic analysis. As you were saying, you need a full analysis of it as is. I think that would show you it's probably right now. So, in final, please vote against this absurd proposal. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will we be able to copies of that? After the printed out?
May I just ask Claude, please? We have the flash drive, something we can take and return the flash drive to you?
Sure, I brought 4 copies.
If we could have one, so, okay. And then, well, I can get you a copy. Oh.
Mr. Wisnowski, you're loaded with time today.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Although we have an agenda, so I'm going to update this.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to quickly restate that I'm presenting you the historic data about the zone. I'm going to give traffic information, section on scale, character, integrity of the community, safety, gasoline, electrical vehicle charging stations, and again, a recovering of the plan of conservation and development zone C commercial, site plan, permit review, and special permit review. So before I leave my glasses in this here, I'm going to give this to Kim to hold it on.
I get one copy
Okay.
from this.
Again, it'll be somewhat scattershot. If you get bored want to count ceiling bills here, there's approximately a 640 square foot building. That's the office. It's a place where they sell stuff and take payment. And that's probably about where Kim is across and back.
Oh, so this is not quoted.
4,200 square feet retail building, by my estimation, is twice the size of this room. Twice. Think about the traffic that they want to site in order to sell the goods. Think of the trucks that'll have to come to that site to load in. One of the things I have in here is about traffic. At present, 2720 station, gas filling station, has a long one-way in on the south portion of Main Street, and that has what I call a queuing area. So when you come in, there's a reasonable, you make a decision. Do you go to the pump closest to the street, or do you go to the pump in the rear? And then you can choose to be in 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 things. And in the packet I'm going to give to you on traffic are photographs that I've taken in the morning time period, 7:30, which is a peak time. And
This is one item. So, excuse me, Charlie, this is one item, each paid different.
yeah, that's
Okay.
yeah. The location at State Road 99 to southeast is an industrial park. Industrial park full of uses in trucking and so on that are not permitted in Rocky Hill. So if you're a landscaper and you have a big, long pickup truck, trailer, a whole bunch of lawn cutting things, you can't keep them in your yard. You tell them, go find a place down the industrial park. And so there are a great number of us. And so what happens is in the morning, fleets of them, 5, 6, 10 of us trucks with trailers, with cutting things, or 2 men and a daughter moving trucks. They all go there. And they can wait in the queuing area, you'll see in the photographs. And then they go in, they pull in, they finish their business, and they come out, and they go north or south from the northbound lane. And that's worked. Now they're saying, we're not going to do that. We're going to have an in and out and an in and out within, I don't know, 50 or 80 feet. But the trouble is they've removed the queuing area. It doesn't exist anymore. So there's no place where a vehicle, an extended vehicle, bigger vehicle, can pull in. Because everything's down to narrow lanes of maybe 24 feet, and then you got to turn 90 degrees to get into the fuel dispensers. I don't see it working very well. And the only entrance in and out of that 4,200, twice the size of this, is one door on the north side of the building, just opposite the dispensers. So people were going to come in either from Forest one way, 16 feet wide, not 24, one way, come in, they're going to then want to turn right towards the door, and they're going to see the landscaper truck or 2 daughters or something. It's very, very difficult. And somebody wants to charge their electric vehicle, those charging units are way in the back. It doesn't work. You need to have a traffic study done by someone who's going to represent the town of Rocky Hill for health, safety, and welfare. They want to put too much on the site. First of all, there's the issue, can they do the retail? Whatever happens, the way that the site is proposed is unsafe. I don't see how it can work. It's too much concentrated. They've taken out the pavement where people can avoid hitting anyone. So that's one issue. All right. And again, the plan of development addressed this intersection specifically at Forest, West, and Main. And there may be a resolution by you in the long run, or they're going to kick them out, they're going to come back. There's an opportunity here. Even if you can't fund all the drainage and the movement of the signals and all that, but the piece of land on the north side of Forest at that intersection, the plan, and I'm giving you samples, parts of the plan, was to realign because there's a different part of the signalization. If you're on Forest and you want to go north or south, you get kind of a different set of lights than if you're on West and you're coming. It's complicated. There are only 2 lanes of traffic at that intersection south of West. There's a northbound lane, there's a southbound, and you can kind of creep over if you want to turn onto West Street. It's significantly different than Cumberland Farms, which has 6 lanes of traffic on Route 3 and 2 on France Street. And that's actually, I think it's a smaller building than this, and maybe the same number of dispensers. The one on Silas Dean Highway that's about to open, again, that's at a light, it's a dead ahead light, and there are about 5 or 6 lanes. There's just not enough space to get by. And as someone mentioned, the nearest new development post-2021 CTDOT ADT is Kelson Row. So they now have occupancy, it's not 100%. That's 220 or so units. The Vessel is 96 units, it's under construction, mile and a half away up on Brook. The State Veterans Home is adding effectively 50 units on West Street. On Capitol Boulevard, the Inland Wetlands just approved 153 new apartments, hasn't come to you yet. And there are a few others. There's 520 new apartment units in this neighborhood, on these roads. The former Craig building, as you know, is now going to be, I don't know, Howard's. It's now going to be reused as a school. They're adding traffic. There are other things happening around there. To fail to meet shall provide an engineer's traffic report is a huge failure here. And I think you need to hire your own. I wouldn't trust what they do. The numbers that they've given you make no sense. The ITE, which you're all familiar with, has codes for traffic use. And they get, I know nothing about traffic, I'm ignorant. But that gets put into a hocus pocus formula. And there's a lot of disagreement about the formula. There's the 11th edition of the International Traffic, whatever, engineers. And that's changed. But other states, the state of Wisconsin rejects some of the changes. And because you use different codes by how many dispensers and how many square feet. So all that needs, I'm not going to solve it, but you have the chance to hire your own expert at their cost. And I suggest that you do that. And without having you to have to listen to me, I ask of you, you're here, you're giving your time. I know what it's like. I've done it. I tried to put together information if you were going to be reviewing things using the Plan of Conservation and Development, site plan application, special permit application, what's relevant. And I'll leave you with one last reading, and then hopefully you'll go home and read. They'll make a copy for you, then you'll spend the rest of your life reading it. The Plan of Conservation and Development, page 57, states, protect residential neighborhoods and areas. Rocky Hill is primarily a residential community. For this reason, the Plan of Conservation and Development recommends that the town continue to protect the integrity of residential neighborhoods from encroachment by business activities, and that appropriate buffers and transitions be provided between business uses. And the site has evolved. The neighbors have kind of accepted it. It kind of works now. But the idea of putting twice the size of this building.
Only one person.
Can we
speak.
have, please?
Okay,
Quorum.
so
Thank you.
in the 24 hours, you as the commission have the right to impose conditions. And not living next to the noises, the sounds, the charge, people live lives differently today where, they're up, they're the second, third shift or whatever. That doesn't mean that the rest of us have to participate in that. Assume you have a duty, a right in your own property, not to have to deal with all of that. And I think in your review of this, I ask you to be, as the Plan of Conservation and Development directs you to be, considerate of that. You have some very hard qualitative decisions to be made here. There's some simple ones. You don't have a traffic report, go get a traffic report. But there are other things. There's no plans for the canopy. The canopy is a big deal. And the letter back from BL to the town engineer, they said, well, we'll get a design for the canopy when we applied for a building permit. I hope you're stronger than that, okay? There's no cross-section of the landscaping on the Forest Street. There are other issues that are deficient that I mentioned in here that would help you make your decision as to, has this been well thought out for this site? Their job is to try to get as much as they can out of you. Your job, I hope, is to protect the town, follow the Plan of Conservation and Development, and the process of the site plan application and the special permit application. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Anyone else who would like to address to the commission? Seeing none,
I do have correspondence, okay? And I know many of these, as we got them in, did go to Attorney Suchin's. There may be others here that you have not received yet, and we'll get copies to you. You have an email dated January 8th to Land Use Commissions. My name is Astrid Kadrazi, owner of 2708 Main Street. Because we are out of state, I'm sending some thoughts below. We thought that was over since everyone voted no twice. Let's start with voting no for any expansion of an existing gas station. Approving business as a gas station to perform inside the residential area is the worst decision that the town can do to their residents. When you guys have to make a decision for this matter, you should put yourself in our shoes. Imagine if you were having a conversation with your wife, daughter, or granddaughters in your backyard, and the trucks coming to refilling the pumps with gas or gasoline. The bad smell will stay in the atmosphere for so long, even inside the house if the windows are open. Or drunk drivers talking loudly with worse vocabulary, some of them using the bushes as a bathroom. Expanding the gas station with 50%, or expanding the gas station with 50% more pumps and convenience store will make the situation and our life quality worse. Why do we have to deal with leaves or big branches from the big oak trees hanging above my property? Why do we have to deal with extra noise and extra bad smell, extra traffic? Would be a better decision if the town suspended the permit for this business and not allowed to expand. If for some reason this got approved, the 3 big trees in the north corner must cut down. At least 50, 60 feet from the north corner, they have to build a noise reduction wall 12 to 16 feet high. We don't want to see or hear what's going on their property. Our family life is more important than anything else. Vote no. Thank you. An email dated today from Joe Conlin. My sister lives in the subject area and I agree with her concerns. On my own accord, I'm opposed to the zone change. We already have 2 gas stations at that intersection. That intersection is very busy mornings and afternoons, as well as many school buses using that route for Mosers, Griswold, and the high school for children that live in the south end of town, let alone the loss of property value in the area. We have an email dated today, January 15th, from Nicole Milner. To whom it may concern, my name is Nicole Milner. I live at 17 Stepney Circle with my husband and 2 young children. I plan to attend the meeting today, but my children are sick. I am not in agreement with the proposed plan by AMG to add gas pumps and put a larger convenience store in that location. My children stand at the bus stop near that gas station, and I'm concerned about the increased traffic, which would be a safety concern. As I stated in a previous meeting, they should build within the space available according to town rules. Corporate greed has no place in Rocky Hill. I love this town and do not want the town to be overrun by oversized commercial properties. That location will become the new hot spot for accidents if this is approved. I ask that you decline the proposals that allow oversized infrastructure that cannot safely be in that location. Thank you for serving our community. We have an email dated today from April Chatanoff, resident of 179 Forest Street. I am April Chatanoff, daughter of Scott and a resident of 179 Forest Street. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed site for the Citgo project. After reviewing the plan, I have significant concerns regarding fire safety, noise and light pollution, traffic safety, and compliance with the current planning and zoning regulations. Fire safety concerns. The proposed site includes EV chargers located approximately 30 feet from underground fuel tanks and in close proximity to fuel pumps. It's my understanding that EV chargers are prohibited inside garages in our areas due to fire safety concerns. The proximities of these chargers to flammable fuel raises similar, if not greater, fire risks. Additionally, Planning and zoning regulations, specifically Section 7B of the Development Standards, required a paved surface or driveway at least 24 feet in width on one side of the building for safety purposes. The current site plan shows only a 16-foot wide area, which falls short of this requirement. This regulation is crucial for ensuring that emergency vehicles, such as fire trucks, can safely access the site. According to my understanding, a fire truck needs a clear internal turning radius of 25 feet and an outside radius of 45 feet. The current site plan does not provide adequate clearance at any of the three entrances, potentially delaying emergency response times. Zoning compliance and past agreements. The site plan appears to violate several existing zoning regulations and past agreements. For example, a variance granted in the late 1990s explicitly prohibited the construction of a convenience store on the property. Approving this new plan would undermine that agreement and negatively impact surrounding neighborhoods. False hardship claims. Atlantis previously claimed that a variance was necessary due to hardship, stating that the property would be unsuitable without it. However, the submission of a new plan for a larger building without the variance suggests that the alternative plans were feasible, contradicting their earlier claims. Proximity to sensitive areas. Connecticut law prohibits the installation of new gas pumps within 1,500 feet of schools, hospitals, and parks. The proposed relocation of the pumps remains within this restricted radius, violating state law. Both Mosier School and the Veterans Hospital are nearby, making this an unsuitable location for new fuel pumps. Lack of public notification. There have been instances of inadequate public notification regarding this project. A notice sign placed by Atlantis employees was observed to have fallen over and was not properly fixed, as witnessed by a resident named Ziggy. This indicates a lack of transparency and respect for public engagement. Conclusion. Given these numerous concerns, including fire safety risks, noncompliance with zoning regulations, violations of past agreements, and improper public notification, I strongly urge the Planning and Zoning Commission to reject the current site plan for the Sitka project. Our community's safety and adherence to regulations should not be compromised. There were also attached 3 sketch photos, which is on the commission's table, and I will see that Attorney Suchins gets copies of this as well. I think that was all the correspondence that I had received.
Thank you. I'll open up the questions to commissioners.
Which one's that one?
Commissioner Zarelli?
Hang on, one moment. Is this? Okay, I don't have that in my thing, but this must have been in the packet. I'm sorry. Dated January 7th, from Christine Cucinella. It's Cucinella. I'm a resident of Forest Street in Rocky Hill. I cannot attend the meeting this month to object to the new gas station. I want to write some of my concerns. This intersection is already busy and has many careless drivers. My kids walk and ride in this residential area frequently. Adding in more congestion to an already busy area is a bad and unsafe idea. I do not see the need for a larger gas station. The ones we have are now never full as it is.
Thank
I
you.
want to thank you, Nancy.
Commissioner Zarelli?
The first question I have is,
Put that all here.
back when Superstorm Sandy came, gas stations had to have generators installed, or, will there be a generator on this, site?
Sorry, can you repeat that question again? Generator?
It was a long lead into basically asking, will there be a generator on this site for in case of loss of power?
We haven't currently proposed one, no.
Okay. Deliveries. Can you tell us the order of operation of how deliveries would take place on this site? How would they, how would you expect them to enter the site? How would you expect them to move around the
Oh,
site?
I can talk about I'll talk about the vehicle movements, about the hours of operation. So I know there's concerns about Forest Street. As you can see, the route we have in for Forest Street is inconvenient for trucks by its nature of the S-shaped route. Trucks come in from Main Street, normally from the highway, so the road opposite, coming in up in to the rear, which is also a loading zone for the deliveries for the C-store, and also that's where the gas fuel pumps are underground as well. So that's where the fuel deliveries are. So those tanks are staying where they are. So the operations will continue in that area and then exit the site again.
Okay. It's been said so far, and just to reference 6I2 in our regulations when it comes to distances, I have a huge feeling that we're going to continue this public meeting because we have so much information on our table. When we come back the next time, is there any way that you can represent the distances from your site to all the different types of public buildings in 6I2, number 1?
School.
We have schools, hospitals, churches, and actually I want to bring up theater because the town technically owns the building across the street from you guys on Forest Street for a community TV station, and there's a community, people go there, and I question that could be deemed a theater and or some type of gathering place for public. So if we can have distances to that location too, on the corner.
Which
That would be great.
specific property? Because when I looked at the rest
On the
of,
corner of Forest, on the opposite corner of Forest to your property.
okay,
It's deeded to the town, it's called the old police station, but actually is a TV studio, and there's public interaction there. I don't know how many days a week, but they do have people go in and out of there. And if I'm wrong, then please correct me, but I looked up the land records today on the assessor, and it says Town of Rocky Hill. So if we could get those distances, just so we can have clarification, because it's been said that we're so far away from Mosier, so far away from this, that, and everything else, if we can just get clarification.
so if I could show you the one, I'm happy to address this because based on our research, the only thing other than this property that you're raising that might be considered a theater, the only thing of all of those uses that could apply is the Moser School. There is a plan in the EX1, if we could pull that up. And that is just, if I could indulge for a minute, there's been a lot of discussion about nonconformities on this site. This is, what I want to show you is the only nonconformity on this site. Everything else is either is a use allowed under the zoning regulations, whether by site plan or special permit, or allowed by variance with respect to the previous variance from, I believe it was 2000, for the landscape buffer requirement to the north. Nothing else is non-conforming. This is the only non-conformity. And so what you can see here is that we called out the distance from the pumps, which is the nonconformity, the dispenser, the dispensing of the fuel to the boundary of the school property. As you can see on the chart, it's currently 1,030 feet, 1,030 feet to the existing gas pumps from the boundary of the school, so that's the existing nonconformity. The pumps, as proposed, are 1,035. So we are actually slightly decreasing the nonconformity. That's the nonconforming aspect of the property, is the location of the pumps. This was actually something we discussed with the staff and various, the town departments when we were redesigning the site after the variances that you heard about from about a year and a half ago, were proposed. That was a different site plan that we sought variances of the landscape buffer. And then when we came back after those were denied, and we're talking about the options for the site, the non-conforming aspect of this was discussed. So happy to look into whatever the issue is with respect to the property on the corner, but sort of using this map, I think what we'd show is that, again, it's an existing nonconformity with we're not increasing the nonconformity at best, so.
Excuse me, please.
It's
Yeah.
their turn now.
So, and again, to the issue, the nonconformity is a separation distance. And so long as we are reducing that from a legal perspective, as long as we maintain that line, that's the nonconformity. I can't move the pumps closer than what it is now. So I can't move them to be 900 feet away. So we couldn't, for example, put the pumps on the corner of Forest Street, because that makes the site more nonconforming with respect to the separation distance. We can maintain the line there. So,
I just have two other questions that I'm gonna pass it on here. Can you go over all the entrances? I mean, it's been brought up by the public, but can you explain why, I understand why you're going down one curb cut, because you're eliminating from the building on the corner. Why the theory of keeping those two curb cuts to enter and exit? And then, understandably, I understand why you're doing Forest Street, but why do you need Forest Street as part of your traffic flow? It seems as though you're expecting a left turn and a right turn into that one way from Forest Street, because there's no curvature to stop a left-hand turn into it. And then you have two entrances. Why not just one entrance there? I was just wondering if you can go over the rationale behind all the curb cuts and
Sure.
why you did what you did.
Okay, would you mind switching back to the main presentation? There's a site plan, C100. It says in the bottom right-hand corner. It's probably the third or fourth page in. Nope, sorry. Not our site. It should be the civil presentation, number one, right on top of your screen. Yeah, there we go. And then we go right to the start, about maybe page 4 or 5. So, yeah, we are reducing the number of curb cuts. So along Main Street, there's currently 3. For the retail space there, which it's existing in operation there, is a very wide curb cut. We're eliminating that completely. The existing 2 for the gas station itself, we're reconfiguring, bringing actually the middle, the right-hand side curb cut further away from the junction. Again, improving that junction by removing and reducing entrances along Main Street. This site has also went to the DOT for encroachment permit. It's a DOT road, so we are waiting on feedback from them. They do have the authority on what they will allow. So we've tried to approach it from the most practical, reduce curb cut, get rid of them, and make them as tight as possible. So on the left-hand side, we're actually reducing that. The exact measurement of the existing is, I don't know if you can just zoom in there. You can see the faint lines of it. We're slightly adjusting it and making it to 24 feet. And then we are basically matching existing in the right-hand side of 30 feet. Basically, keep the traffic flow as much as possible. The idea that we don't want to have queuing unnecessarily. If there's a pump available somewhere in the site, someone should be able to get to it. If there's a space they want to get to the EV charging, they can get to it. They want to get to the C-store itself, they can get to it. The ADA can come in and get to where they need to go as quickly as possible. Hence why there's that circular route inside, so that if there's ever a need for queuing, that there's space for it. Currently, the pumps there's a pump sitting much more front, right in that middle front drive aisle, we have the two-way traffic. That's where the existing pump sits at the moment. We're pushing that back and making the pumps more conforming more with a typical gas station. So people are not trying to guess, oh, is this free or is there one up there? They're not pausing to stop or think. They just drive in and they're all collected together. Forest Street, there's an existing curb cut there. It seems just beneficial to provide access from there if anyone, so they're not coming to the junction, they're coming to the C-store. It's not really a convenient cut through because it's quite a convoluted route. If someone wants to come down and turn left, that's much simpler. So we're not concerned about that. But also, we wanted to make sure we had enough parking, staff, parking, etc. at the rear, and provide that entrance there. There's not enough space for a two-way to go back there, so we knew there was concerns about adding traffic to Forest Street. We're not doing that, we're not throwing anything out there, but anything that's coming down from Forest Street can enter there rather than going into the main junction and into the site.
Did you consider eliminating a second curb cut on Main Street and go with just one?
Just one.
Just one?
It makes
Make it wider,
it wider.
but just one, and how would that affect your traffic pattern and circulation?
Yeah, the main problem is you'd have to go fairly wide, and to get a truck turn to come in, get to the rear, and then you're also doing like a Q shape. You're coming in from the tail, going round and out again. You would have to have a much wider curb cut there, and really from a safety perspective, making them smaller so it's quite obvious what is the sidewalk, where the crossing is, and where the traffic is. It works much better. I mean, overall, it's a great reduction on what pedestrians have to walk through. I mean, there's no sidewalk on part of it. You're just walking through a very large curb cut, and then we're obviously connecting that separate from the road into our site through that diagonal bend there, and that's for grading, really.
What we've seen in other C-stores in this town is that deliveries just happen to happen between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. at the most inconvenient times. Gas being delivered, Coca-Cola, vending supplies, and everything else.
So
so are you considering deliveries going through the wider curb cut to the south or to the northern curb cut, the smaller northern curb cut? I think that the biggest concern that I personally am looking at here is that, yeah, you went down a curb cut, but I think we're incurring some confusion on how to enter and exit the site. You may think that it's improving flow, and it could be. I mean, I just need to see it. Maybe you just need to depict how things will flow around the property rather than just arrows, like, take me through a delivery, take me through someone wants to go to the C-store, that kind of thing. Maybe I'm just missing that. And if you can take me through like a drawing of truck movement, like when we sometimes see truck movements on, we see how trucks go on the site, how they back up, how delivery trucks do the expected movements that you see on the site. If we can get a depiction of that,
yes.
I think it may go a long way to solve my dilemma of how people are going to enter and exit this site on these two curb cuts on Main Street.
We have created that. We have submitted to DOT. I'm trying to recall, have I included in
It doesn't have to be tonight, because we're going to continue. We're going to table it.
That's not a problem. We have that. Yeah, I can certainly provide that.
And I'm going to defer the rest of my questions and let someone else talk.
Commissioner Glico?
Okay. I just have a few questions on your design here. You're not showing any sidewalks going up Forest Street.
Correct. There's no sidewalk there at the moment. I
Correct,
believe.
but you're not showing it either.
Yes, correct.
So, why?
If we've just continued the pedestrian route as is, if that's something that you would like, I mean, that's something we can certainly include. There's space for it.
Can we have like one conversation, please? I mean, you can talk outside, because we are recording this, and for people who are watching at home, it's not fair to them. Thank you.
Yeah, I would think that we'd want to see sidewalks continue on the whole property. Just to confirm, you're open 24 hours and you're going to stay 24 hours?
Yeah, that's true, yes.
All the drawings are showing this as two separate properties. So you're showing the property line running through the C-store. Is that gonna be eliminated and this become one parcel?
Yeah, that's the intention.
But it isn't now, right?
Correctly, it currently isn't, it's two separate.
EV charging. You're showing 3 on this, and you're showing them on the eastern side of the property.
There's actually 4. There's another one in the left corner.
Left, 3. It's only 3. Am I correct in saying there's 3?
Yes.
And then the transformer. Is there a reason why we're putting him there? Can you explain that? Because I'm
We
looking
did
at,
discuss this a lot. So normally, those who are using EV take slightly longer time than someone just coming in, picking up milk, getting gas and going. So the rear seemed to be the most ideal out of the way position for that. We're not married to that idea. I mean, if some other location would be preferred, then that's something we could consider. Retrofitting EV onto an existing gas station and complying with all the regulations, it's very tight, but that seemed to be the most logical area to put them out of the way. If they're there for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever they need to charge, they're there. And either way, I can use the convenience store, the restrooms, etc. So they're not occupying maybe like the front of the C-store building and just sitting in their car there the whole time. So thought either way.
so I think I heard you mention that the area behind the store, which would be south of the building, there's 6 spots there. Those are for employee parking?
Extra parking and employees as well.
Okay. And there's no entrance or exit?
Up to
except
the
for
building? There,
oh,
no.
So there's only one door, so all deliveries and customers are all using that one door?
There is a rear escape door to the bump out, just to the underside of that there.
On the south side?
It's rotated. On the south side, facing the main road, facing west. So I can show you in the architectural plans. Can we skip towards the end? That might be helpful, just to.
So that's for deliveries?
But deliveries will probably come in through the front as well. So just on the hand cart.
So that's like
straight
an
through.
emergency exit, you're saying?
Yes.
So deliveries and customers are all gonna come in through the front
Correct.
doors? That's all I got for now.
Thank you. Commissioner?
I guess I'm going to hone in on traffic a little bit. So OSTA, State Traffic Authority, has designated areas, pockets, parcels that are of primary concern. I don't know if you researched that, if this area is in that realm, but you got a delicate area, obviously, with a offset intersection. I think it would behoove you to kind of look into that. Obviously, traffic is a major concern. We'd want to see how traffic flows in and out. Touching on Commissioner Zerilli, what he was talking about with flow through the parking lot. An issue I would see is you have parking on the south side of the C-store, and let's just say a Mason dump with a landscape trailer decides to come in on the Forest Street side. So if you can take us through scenarios possibly in next presentations, how that would actually work operational-wise. I just don't see how larger vehicles can get in and out of that spot.
From Forest Street?
From Forest, as well as when you're getting into egress and ingress off of Main Street on the 2 different curb cuts. I just don't know how you're gonna have enough flow. So there's really no depiction of box trucks. Kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Aglico just said, when you're having deliveries brought in to that double door on the north side of the building, I just don't know how you're arranging all of the deliveries the flow of traffic right in front of handicap spots, I just, it seems very congested. So getting accurate depictions of how flow would work throughout the parcel would be fantastic.
Okay, we can definitely speak to that. We have added additional hatch area right in front of the door area, so people aren't passing through the parked vehicles there
Yeah,
as
that
well.
would,
So
that would
that's-
be, that hatched area is for van accessibility.
The van accessibility is beside the two ADA. You can see the hatch. There's actually a standard space in
Yeah,
between
one
that.
would be for a van, one would be for standard auto for accessibility. So unless you have a dedicated hatched area just for deliveries,
With dedicated hatched area for anyone walking into that main door, facing the main door.
so it's not for ADA, it's just
No,
everyone?
it's separate from the ADA spot.
Okay.
The ADA
All
spot
right, 'cause
has.
I was just looking at two hatched areas, so that's, I just didn't know where that was. I guess another item that I didn't see and it was brought up in the public is renderings of the canopy. I know you have some elevation shots of the building itself. I don't know if you had anything on the canopy itself.
So the canopy itself is going to be replaced structurally like for like with a facelift on it. If we can go to the architectural renderings, yeah, it's not much more detail there actually. So it's the area it occupies, the height, everything remains the same. It is just being replaced.
Okay. And you had said that the fire marshal has okayed traffic throughout, no issues?
Yeah,
Is
he
that-
had
is that
no comments on the report, which Fire Marshal's Office, January 6, 2025. I've reviewed the site plan requested and approved this proposal, signed. No comments.
Okay. I think that's my biggest comment is for the state traffic authority to possibly would need to get involved. Obviously, a full traffic report would be highly advantageous for this parcel. Also,
you.
thank you.
Mr. Lecco?
Yeah, I mean, I echo the same things, same comments the other commissioners had about the traffic, so I'm not going to talk about that or ask questions. I'm going to focus on lighting. I looked at the lighting plan that you provided, and it shows no light spillage onto adjacent properties. Could you explain to me how that lighting analysis is done, and specifically, does it take into account the proposed grading, and does it take into account the tree cover that is going to exist right after it's constructed?
Okay. So the lighting plan uses the lights. Actually, could we go to the lighting plan? It's yes. Go back one. That one with all the dots. Okay, so each of those dots represent the light spill from the lights fixtures on the site. You can see the sort of circles or the curved lines showing that that's the light spill coming from the light fixtures. Those in the canopy, those on the building, and those freestanding on the site, which provide details for as well. So basically, the analysis works. We select the lighting fixture, lighting type, and we know exactly what that does, and with the fixture on it, how far it's going to spread. We know the elevation it's installed at, and what that will be on the ground. So that's what you're what's showing here. At the boundary, any landscaping acts as a barrier. We don't touch it, but it acts as a barrier. Again, along the rear, the grid is, I want off the top of my head, around 15 feet higher. So any light fixture here on site is equal to the ground level there. So light spill is impossible unless we're shining them upright, which we're not. Everything is pointed down and covered to cover the use. There's no advantage in sharing the light unnecessarily.
So even if there was no vegetation between the site and the eastern boundary, the residential boundaries, the lighting would still, there would still be no light spillage?
Correct. It's all zero on our boundary. If we maybe let's zoom in the left-hand side of the page, the line there. So each of these. Okay, we're not able to do it. The numbers all down that side of the page, all along the boundary, are 0. So our light spill just stops shy of the property boundary. That's where we're adding the planting. So again, that adds another barrier on top of the existing arborvitae's that are there.
Okay. Question about the air compressor unit for tire filling. Do you have anything to abate the noise associated with that? Those things are really loud.
Yeah, this, I have included the brochure, and we've got the detailed specifications within the drawings. To talk about the noise levels explicitly, it is a modern unit, generally quieter one that's currently on site. I don't have those numbers offhand. If in the file is their brochure for the air compressor. It should be a pretty colorful PDF. So the town engineer also asked that question, so we had to provide the specifications details for him. So he was satisfied with what we're proposing. It's in the similar location as existing air compressor as well.
Okay. One other question. I'm a little bit concerned about what the site would look like from the neighboring eastern properties on Forest Street and on Stepney. So I didn't see any rendering from that direction onto the site. I think a photo rendering would be helpful so that we could see what it would look like from those residences with the changes in the grading and the changes in the landscaping as well. I think what you provided for renderings doesn't really do it. You know, it's from the other direction. So I'm you know, from the east, from the homes. Specifically, I could, like 179 Forest and 1 Stepney. Because those are the folks that are going to be looking at this facility.
Sure.
And they should know what it's, approximately what it's going to look like.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Morhos?
Okay, can you hear me? Because I'm really having some sound issues.
We can
Okay.
hear you.
It's not coming back to me too well. I think there's a problem with the Zoom website. I really don't have any questions that haven't already been addressed, but I assume that we will be recessing this for next month. That's a question to the chairman.
Yeah, so we'll get to the point, yep. Probably.
See, I that's the problem. I can't hear. It keeps breaking up, the sound. So I'm going to just reserve comments for tonight and wait until we get the additional information that's been requested. Hopefully it won't be redundant.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brescia.
Hi. I had a question. I'm looking at where the proposed area for the propane tanks are, next to the handicap parking. So how big is that supposed to be?
The enclosure itself is no more than 2 feet deep, and I'm trying to see if I've got the details easy to hand here. Two feet deep and around 7 feet wide. It was my best estimate without having the detail in front of me.
And will you be doing any other propane, EV, any other products?
Oh, then, no,
I didn't
don't-
know you were doing propane. I just saw the propane area.
I don't believe
proposed.
there is anything else, no.
Okay. Could you just walk me through your thought process with putting the ADA handicap parking on the opposite side, and why not closer towards the entrance?
It's a very good question. We played around with the ADA access quite a lot. Across the site, there's, on the paved area, is a 9-foot crossfall. So trying to get the ADA in where they have the correct level surface and get up into the building wasn't working right in front of the door where we ideally would want it. We were able to find the area just above that we could definitely get the grids to work. Bringing it too close to the door, we just could not get the grids to work without adding even more impact and cut and fill around the site as it is. So it is a, you know, it's not in front of the door, it's a short distance from it. But access is suitable for ADA there. It's all compliant with the grades coming into the door.
Okay, so the grade, you're telling me the grades wasn't suitable?
Yeah, grades coming
closer?
up from Main Street coming up
Okay.
are just too steep to fit the ADA. They'd be on a slight angle that wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay, because it just seems like if you're going to have deliveries in that area, and then you're going to possibly have wheelchairs and accessibility issues.
Yeah, so that's why just below that, we've got the two ADA with the hatching in between for them. You got the normal standard space and then a hatching for access right in front of the doors. So that should be where the natural flow of people go through.
And those are automatic doors too, right? Not open?
I believe they are.
Okay.
We go to the architectural plans, just a few pages further back. Go back. Back one, sorry, they're not, they're hinged, standard. Standard doors, sorry, they're not sliding automatic doors.
They're not sliding doors, so.
No,
so-
they open
Oh,
over
so
standard door.
for someone in a wheelchair, they'd have to
There's-
physically
There's the power
open.
assist button that will open the doors, but standard traffic will just be using the handle.
Okay. All right. The concrete pads, you have one in the, what looks like it's in the south. Is that for a concrete pad for a transformer? So you have two transformers?
Correct, we have two transformers for the site. There's two parts to that. Enable the EV chargers to have their own independent grid and be totally separate from the building itself. So the building one is behind it. So gas stations have a heck of a lot of conduits and communication cables and pipe network between the pumps and the store. So we have tried to avoid the utilities crossing that area whatsoever. So for the EV, it's going to go on the north side up to the transformer itself. No interaction with the building itself, and then the building is all beside the building coming in from behind, so that everything in front between the canopy and the building is fully available for design of all the necessary equipment.
Okay. And then how will it be protected? Are you thinking fencing or something protecting it? I didn't see it on the plan.
So the one to the south, we haven't provided any, it's, 10 feet away from the parking space. So that's normally deemed as, it doesn't need any protection. It's got a curb there before any vehicle would have to go over and hit it. And then the one in the top north corner, it has bollards positioned around the curb because it's closer.
One of our residents mentioned a lot of noise with dumpster removal. Where are the dumpsters? Are
The
they
dumpster,
in the eastern corner?
So if we, actually, can we go back to the site plan? Sorry to jump around so much. Yes, that'll do fine. So just top of the page, as you come out of the C-store, you've got the ADA, and the drive aisle turns up. There's a hatching area there, and then the dumpster is located on that concrete pad there with the dumpster within the hatched area. Is that obvious?
Yes, I do see that, but What hours is that? Is that something that can
So,
be looked
controlled?
at in terms
Yes.
of if there are any concerns by residents?
Yes, I
Then
believe we can.
you
we
can look at
control
their
that. We can-
concerns.
We can have full control of those hours.
Okay. Snow removal, getting a snowplow in there to remove snow? Where do you plan on pushing that?
Yes, and then we've got these, if I could jump to the grading plan, I don't know if you, it's a few pages back. Yes, there we go. So this is the grading plan, and then the darker gray hatched area is the areas we've designated that is suitable for snow storage. But again, that's minor snow. Anything that's major, of course, it has to be shipped out of there to allow operation to continue. So we've provided a reasonable amount of area of snow storage throughout the site, which doesn't affect operations.
So if people are parked in those spaces, you won't be able to really push snow there, right?
Correct. So it depends on if depending on when the snow falls, what's happening. If the salt or whatever it can't be managed that way and does need removed. Generally, traffic is reduced at the first few hours after snowfall when most snow removal is happening. If someone is parked there, yes, that would prevent it. We're not imagining a full parking lot as it's snowing and no one moving. That's just not a scenario that would normally take place, really.
Okay. The gas station is open 24 hours a day now? I didn't think it was. It is?
I believe it's open 24, yes.
24 hours a day, okay. Okay, he answered that, Was there some reasoning why you wanted to increase the number of fuel pumps? Because you had gotten the variance for what you have, and now you want to increase it? You want to increase it by 2?
Do you want to talk about the...
We did not get a variance on the number of pumps. The variance on file is for the landscape buffer to the north. That's what the variance was for.
The landscape buffer to the north, there's a fence there, right?
There's, behind the arborvitaes, I believe there is a fence. Actually, can we go to one of the first pages where I have included the picture, the photo of... Yes, that was it, just a moment ago where you were. I believe I have seen one.
I believe I've seen
fairly
one
over-
too, because I get gas there.
Yeah.
So I think there's a fence there. Are you planning on taking down that
No,
fence?
No, it's staying. Those the tall arborvitaes are staying. Whatever's behind it is staying. I don't think there's any reason to replace that.
Yeah, I don't see a fence in that picture. That's interesting.
I think it's hidden behind the arborvitaes.
Okay, I'll look next time. Okay, and then I'll just, my comments for traffic, I know I've tried to take a right-hand turn from Main onto West Street, and people trying to take that left into the parking lot, or into the gas station has been a nightmare for me. I live that. So I kind of know that's, a dilemma that needs to be looked at through a traffic study, as has been mentioned numerous times. Because I think, we have a lot of traffic through there, so we need to be cognizant of how we're going to manage it. We don't have a left turn lane, and we've seen issues when we don't have enough space to make turns. And that's it. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. I have a couple of questions in addition to others that already mentioned. So how does the delivery work with the trucks when they are refueling the tanks, right? So the reason I'm asking that is because of the flow of traffic. When trucks are standing there, I've seen at many pumps, they'll close all the, certain pumps and the trucks will be standing there. And so, because it's right in the middle of the, pumping area and the parking, and right where your traffic is going to flow.
So the question just generally about both deliveries for the C-store and the delivery of the gas, or how they operate, do they happen at the same
Right, so
time?
when they're filling the tanks,
Yes.
what happens at that time? You won't have probably any access in the backside, right, for the
So
traffic?
I'll provide you a drawing for next time showing you
Okay.
that.
All right.
I think that'll help clear it up rather than try and describe it.
Yeah, I think it would be better if you show the trucks, the dimension, the long, so we
Yeah,
can see
certainly.
how they're,
We have that.
yeah. So is the property not owned by one owner? Is that why there is a line in between? What's the reason of having that line in between?
The existing
The-
property
yeah,
line?
the
Okay, because
property
it's two separate lots at the moment, which the owners of the gas station purchased the retail unit, but they haven't merged them yet together. So they do have ownership, but that is the technical division of the two lots. So
So is there a reason why it's not merged if it's bought, if it's already bought? Is there, I'm just trying to see because, currently I'm looking at two parcels, separate
Correct.
parcels.
You are.
And-
And as Gareth mentioned, they were separately purchased. They're, separate, same, like you said, same owner but different property. There'd be no reason to merge them until we needed to create a single parcel, a unified development. If for some reason this proposal didn't go forward, if we had merged them, we'd need to subdivide them, to split them back up. So until, as a general practice, most clients that I've run into will not merge a parcel until the need arises because of the implication of having to go through a subdivision process if you need to do it.
Lighting, so I know, there were public comments about lighting spilling over outside of the property. I'm also wondering, would there be lighting on the building itself? I've seen a couple of stores, gas stations where they have bright lighting on every window that they have, and you can see it miles away, right? Because they're all bright and covered
Yeah.
along the building.
Okay.
So any lighting being proposed on the buildings themselves, like string lighting or this or that, or anything like that?
There is lighting proposed on the building. They're down lighting fixtures. So I'll go to the lighting plan again, and then if we could zoom in just in the front of the building, just to show that. Sorry, it's towards the end. Yes, a few more pages. Be after the colored exhibit. Perfect, that's it. Oh, go back. Thank you. So we got lighting fixtures along the front of the building that faces the canopy. So not out along the side of the building that faces the road or the rear, which faces Forest Street, except for one lighting above the emergency exit door, which is obviously required. That's the only position we're putting lighting on the building. I can show you the fixtures if I switch to another file
Would
to
there
show
be
you.
any string lighting? I've seen where they will put, if they have a window, for example, they'll put string lighting around the window.
No, that's not allowed as a style.
That kind of stuff. Is there, any advertisement on windows?
No,
If there are
I-
glass
I-
windows
I'm-
that might be
No,
bright?
I don't believe so. It's not their
Okay.
style. If we go to the next picture, you can see how they, the rendering of the building, they're not looking to do big glaring lights, colorful stuff flashing. They're going for a nice, clean, modern, crisp feel about it, not cluttered with lots of distractions.
So there won't be any advertisement, any lighting on the windows?
No.
Okay.
Plus the windows face internally as well. They're not facing out into the road.
How about the queuing or stacking on Main Street when the traffic light is on? How many, cars can stack because probably that's going to block the two entrances and egresses, right? Depending on how long the queue is.
Yeah, so how long is that current stacking?
Yeah, how would be, what would be the stacking? So how many cars can you stack without blocking the two entrances?
Unfortunately, we're not in control of that. We will get comments from the DOT on what they are seeing at their junction. They're yet to comment. They normally take a bit longer than this process to provide comment. Certainly, once I get the engineers already asked to see that, which we normally share with him anyway, so we will be feeding all that information back. So
I think we should at least know how many cars you can stack from the traffic light.
junction?
Yeah, at the junction, right where you have access and egress.
Okay.
And
I don't have the exact number in front of me, but if we go back to the site plan, sorry again to jump around. So it's another part of moving this right-hand curb cut. So yeah, there we go, of the existing curb cuts, which are right up against the junction. So we have sought to bring that away as far as possible. So the junction's right there, staggered. We've got the curb cut from the existing retail right on it, which is a problem. And then we've got the gas station closer to it. What we're proposing is moving our curb cuts into the gas station further away from that junction so that we're not as impacted by any stacking there, and we're not creating a problem of cars trying to turn in, whereas the first few cars at the lights are parked there as well. So, the property is at a junction. We have to have an entrance. We're trying to alleviate that as much as possible, but we're also restricted on what we can do internally inside as well. We can't take more space than we currently have. So that's what we've came to that balance of. But we can certainly show the truck turn drawings next time and walk through them in great detail.
All right. How about the mechanical equipment on the C-store building? Where would be HVAC and all those equipment would that be on the building, on the ground?
So let me just jump to that. We don't have the roof plan. So HVAC units will be on the roof. I don't actually believe have a detail for that. I believe that's the intent. The only thing we're having on the ground is the transformer itself.
So we would like to see at least, if they are rooftop units, how you're going to cover them, from
From view
and
yeah, if we
from
go to-
aesthetic perspective and all that.
If we go to the towards the end again to the architect's perspective, the rendering, you can see the parapet wall. So there we go. That's perfect. So as you can see, there's a parapet running around the top of the building, and the roof is lower than that. So that helps disguise anything that is in the roof area.
Correct. So next time, I think, at least I would like to see the dimensions, because,
Yeah, okay.
every plan that would come in, and then we find that, rooftop unit is elevated for whatever reasons, right? And then your parapet is not sufficient to cover. So I think we need that.
Aesthetics are important,
Yeah.
yes. Okay.
We talked about snow storage, and I see that you said, where the gray area is, and that's where your EV charging stations are. So, the snowplow guy has to be really careful, when stacking snow against the backside. When this,
Yeah, I'm jumping straight to it. So, yes, if we go to the grading plan, it's C2, it's probably midway in the drawing. There we go, thank you. So the darker gray area shaded is the snow storage. So you're correct, we do have one in there that we've got the EV around, so there will be caretaking. It's also going to be, a new paved area, new curbs you know, the appearance and upkeep of this is going to be important, so care and consideration for that, you know, is vital.
Yeah, because you know, I think snow removal is an important piece. You know, we see that in theory, right, during approval process, you have a process in place, but if that process fails, now you got a problem because of the tight, specifically because of tight site.
Mhm.
And if snow removal doesn't happen a couple of hours, now you got real problem there. So I think we want to see like what process you will have in place so that, you know, we know how it will be taken care of and doesn't become like a safety issue, you know, during the daytime. And I know it's a 24-hour open. I mean, is that going to be 24-hour? And, or is there a reconsideration to that,
To the hours of operation?
to the hours of operations?
No, but I believe the intent is to operate 24/7.
Okay. And as far as, I know we talked about the delivery time frame and stuff like that, would that be any limitations on the time frame so that,
That's something that he is very much willing to discuss and come to agreement on.
okay. So we would at least like to see that so that, you know, the tanks are not filled at 3 o'clock in the morning or, you know, I mean, again, yeah, so.
Yeah, understood.
So it looks like the only variance is for the landscape buffer. So just for staff, so that stays as is while we are reviewing this? So that,
Variance for the landscape buffer, yes. But
So-
keep in mind, this is a C commercial zone, so if it wasn't a gas station, it could be something else in the C commercial zone. So it's remaining, as far as the basic use is remaining the same.
right.
I think what he's asking is that do the variances stay after this application, or does this application correct any variances?
The zoning variance for the buffer, that stays. That's a
Is there other
given.
variances on the property that you can tell us about, not now, but can staff
I
tell
will
this
research,
commission? Yeah.
research the variances
Yeah.
also. I know that we do have, I think the applicant put together some information. We can do the same, and then we'll put together. Yeah, I get that to you.
And I think as far as the traffic, I see there's something in here,
Traffic memo?
was that?
The traffic memo?
Yeah, there's a traffic memo. I think, as you heard, traffic analysis is, you know, probably, you know, we'll be looking for.
Yes.
And also, you know, level of services identified in you know, at various times and various intersections.
So the memo itself, as you can see there, really the reason why a study wasn't required was that if I anticipated generating more than 100 net new peak hour trips, that would be required from the analysis of existing 5 pumps to 6 pumps and the C-store compared to what is existing retail there. It generally did not cross that threshold. You can see in the page 4, the gross trips, 74 in the AM peak, 40, and then the Saturday at 34 difference. So
Right, but I think
that's why
what-
we didn't. Are you asking for a full traffic study?
It should be cumulative. I think what, you know, what will be the impact on the intersection as well, and what will happen at the intersections, you know, because of this traffic coming in and out, in addition to other traffic moving. I mean, that's, you know,
That's-
not just looking at the business traffic.
Okay, yeah, we will be discussing that well with Connecticut DOT as well, part of the encroachment permit process.
Yeah, so we would like to at least have that.
Okay.
I think those are those are some of the questions, and as one of the commissioners said, we got so much stuff today on our table, and we'll have to review those things as well. And there will be additional questions too, based on that review. But I'll ask commissioners if they have additional questions. Yeah.
I do.
Commissioner.
When it comes to the grading, you say that you're gonna have to do a lot of cutting on this site because of how you're gonna move around the property. How do you intend to retain to the east? Do you intend to make that a gradual slope? Or do you intend to have retaining walls? Take me through the grading on the eastern side of the property.
Sure, so the grading plan's up there. So on the eastern side, really just north of the page on where the building is, or to the east of the building to the side, those contours are being pulled back, so it's not right up against the building. There's no retaining walls proposed here. It's a 1 and 3 slope, and again, it stops, where the top of the bank is at the moment, then the property line is further on beyond that. Then we are planting that up. That's where we're proposing, there's a couple of oaks, there's arborvitaes along, and then right at the corner, there's one tree that's existing that's remaining, and then we're adding the street trees down the side. During construction, with erosion control mats on the slope for 1 and 3 slope. We got silt fence as well proposed on the site to catch any of their material. So it's all fairly standard stuff, but really that building location there would work, but to avoid really surface water running down and hitting the building, it's far easier to push that back, capture that, and avoid any future issues there, and also just provide a flatter access completely around the building, firefighting and stuff like that there. You don't want a hill to be on the side of the building trying to deal with that, so.
You depict large canopy trees in that eastern area. Underneath, is it like riprap? Is it mowable grass? What are you predicting underneath these large canopies?
It'll be a mulch directly under the trees, and then
So it's just like bedding?
seeded around, yeah.
It's like bedding.
Bedded, yeah. It'll be mulched up by the evergreens, and then really around the other trees, it will be grass mowed, similar to what it's existing there.
My last question before I actually ask the question to the commission. So we keep on talking about flow on the property, and right now, if you could tell us the flow of, if I'm getting gas at your facility right now, I go to the south, I enter from the south, and I come in one way, and so all cars getting gas are going one way, and they're exiting one way. So the flow right now is go into the south, go around, get your gas, and then come out to north. So in the current site plan that you're showing us now, I have the ability to come in from the north, from the south, and from Forest Street all at the same time. How do I know which way to get my gas? I'm gonna have cars pointing at each other. I'm gonna have, there's no operation of one way to get your gas. I can pull in from the northern side of your property. I can pull from the southern side of my property. I'm driving down Main Street going north. I have to look into the property as I pull in to make sure no one's coming from the Forest Street side onto the property to possibly get T-boned on the property. I'm just curious, we keep on talking about flow.
Yes.
And now we're creating backup scenarios, like I'm getting gas, I have to back up because I can't pull through because someone else is pulled in from the north pointing at me. So now I have cars
yes.
pointing like this rather than what you have right now, which is actually a flow. You actually come in from one side and you leave the other side. you don't have to tell us now, but if you can just depict,
So,
if you can, there's scenarios here where there's 3 people entering all at once and they're all trying to get gas, and how do you do that? Oh, by the way, there's gas being delivered. And then there's a delivery, and then I actually have one other thing. So if you can see our dilemma of how things are flowing, we all, to a person, talked about how things are gonna flow on the property. And I just threw out a scenario just because I was sitting here as everyone else was talking, like, okay, I'm gonna get gas. I can literally, 2 people can come out of the site at the same time, and oh, by the way, there's someone on the site already that can come in from Forest Street, and we're all trying to get gas. What do I do?
okay, so if we go back to the existing conditions, because what we're proposing addresses problems that is currently facing the existing lot, and then so if we can go back to the survey, it's near the front, probably the second, third page. Sorry, yes, third page. My mistake. Next page, please. Okay, so at the moment, you've got the one way in and the one way out. So in your scenario of 3 cars, all 3 are now going through that one entrance, trying to be at the same time. We're dispersing that between multiple entrances with drive aisles 24 foot surrounding, so there can be a circular path. Currently, if you come in, you're looking, right, there's a building there. You can't quite see the pump immediately beside the building to the east. I should have rotated the drawings. That'd be so much easier for everyone. So you're coming in, you're looking, right, oh, is the pump available right here at the front or not? And then, no, okay, I'll drive on around the back. So you've got people coming in and stopping to try and figure out what to do. We're trying to eliminate that. So by providing the circular route round, that people can come in and they keep driving until they find one. So if there's one in the back corner that they want to get to, they can drive around to it. If we jump to the next slide of, sorry, next one as well. Unfortunately, with the existing canopy in the gas station, there's no drive aisle space between the pumps for something at the pump, drive aisle space, and then another space at the pump, as you'd see in modern gas stations. So people, if there's a vacant space, there's a car in front and there's another space behind them, they can just maneuver in, no reversing. We don't have that option of just expanding the gas pumps itself, and we're restricted to that. So it made sense to align the pumps together, make them in that one rectangular unit as you'd normally find, and then provide access all around that. So compared to existing, that you can throw 3 cars coming at the same time are going to have a lot more trouble in the current situation than they are in the future. If someone, the entrance on Forest Street helps alleviate anybody who's maybe coming straight down, and if there's a queue, it's stacking at one entrance, they've got another entrance that they can go to. We're trying to create options that enables people to get in and out without stopping, backing up, reversing the spaces, and really providing a safer route. That worst case scenario, all pumps are occupied and you arrive. What do you do? And you're driving around looking. You can make a complete loop. At the moment, you get round to the end of the existing, but if they're all full and you don't notice that and you go too far, you have to exit the site, go onto the main road and come back in again if you want gas. That's frustrating. It adds to traffic. It creates problems because you're frustrated and you're going back on the main road. That's not the scenario we want to do. We're trying to improve all those scenarios which are just undesirable and keep traffic flowing on the site. Plenty of stacking, plenty of space. There's parking all around. If you could pull over, you're not stuck or gone through a one-way system that the only exit is going back onto the main road. So I see the concerns, and they're all legitimate about movement because it's everyone's safety. It's something that we've thought about for a long time. We're still to get approval from the DOT on those 2 entrances there of how they allow the traffic to direction. But from a flow point, it seems the most logical aspect. Give options. Coming up Forest Street, there's a stop bar. Yes, I know people don't obey traffic laws, but again, it's a gas station. It's not high-speed area. It's hopefully that everyone respects that and they drive as they should. We can't protect from every idiot out there. We're trying to make it as cohesive to a safe driving environment and pedestrian environment. Parking everywhere we can. This is not a scenario where we've got a brand new junction, a brand new lot, and we're putting a gas station there. This is fitting in with an existing gas station that the clients decide to invest money in, instead of just leaving it as it is, to see what they can do to improve it. It's in dire need of facelift. Atlantis have been doing that throughout the state. What we're proposing here for traffic flow is trying to keep, if people keep arriving, there's plenty of space for them to go.
The 2 curb cuts on Main Street are subject to the state.
Correct.
The curb cut on Forest Street is subject to the town.
Correct.
So I don't know what it exactly is, and I tried to find it, but I was wondering if you can get staff comments on how close a curb cut can be to an intersection, because it came up several times on several other applications about how close a curb cut can be to an actual intersection. And if we can just verify that distance has been satisfied when it comes to the town engineer. I can't remember if it was 50 feet, 75 feet, whatever it was, but it came up several times on previous applications, not yours, but others.
Okay.
And I distinctly remember there is a distance between a curb cut and the intersection. So if you could tell us that.
Yeah, he has reviewed it.
And you show something going on Forest Street. Is that just like a patch or something?
Oh, yes, that's for the utilities. Can I jump to that? Towards the end, utilities plan. It was not quite towards the end, sorry. Let me get. So C310, C31. So that's currently where the gas connection is. So that's where we need to go out to retrieve it.
So all that
bring it
is
inside.
just cutting the street up and you're gonna patch it?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's no hashing, there's no type of.
No, we're not
anything on the
changing that.
streets or.
Correct.
And my last thing is, go to your end page when you showed the rendering.
Mhm.
It's been brought up several times today about how you intend to do deliveries and hash out the front and everything else, and we talked about handicap spacing and it seems like this depiction is different than what's on the plan. It looks like the hashing is opposite what it actually is.
Oh, in the wrong place, yes, sorry.
And I just want to make sure if we can make sure this rendering is correct compared to the plans, because it seems like it's opposite. And there were several concerns about how the operation of that front of that store is going to happen, and I'd like the rendering to actually show it. It seems like it's different.
You're correct. Sorry about that. We'll correct that.
And I throw out something to this commission. We do have in our toolbox the opportunity for a third-party traffic study. And question to staff, if this commission votes to do that, how do we do that? And what is the procedure to do that, so we do it right if we do want to do that?
Okay, there is a ordinance, it's chapter 114, it's called Development Applications. We've used it a few times over the years. We would seek out, there are certain consultants that we use. Obviously, BL is one of the consultants we use, and that is not one that we would be using in this case. But there are certain consultants that we use, and we would contact them as far as what we're looking for. And we would.
How do we do it? Do we just say we want it? Do we vote, or how?
Well, it's up to the commission. We just can't have one member.
Right. You know, that's why I'm just making sure we do this as a procedural thing to make sure we're doing it right.
Commission as a whole.
Okay.
There would have to be a motion made, and, yeah.
Can we make a motion in an open public meeting, or do we have to make it as part of an agenda item? How does that work?
I would do that as part of this, because you want the information.
Yeah, so
back.
because we're tabling this application tonight, we can still make a motion within that and say.
You're still in the public hearing if you're going to continue
Yes.
the public hearing, yes, you can.
I'd like to make a motion
Yeah,
for
I
Or
think-
you could do it now, and then you
Oh,
could,
okay, that's what I'm trying to, when do we
Yeah.
do it?
yeah, you can, if that's what the commission wants, that could be
Okay.
done, that could be done now, or that could be done.
Let's
Talk about it first?
Yeah, talk
Okay,
about it.
that's fine.
Yeah. And
do
obviously,
have
you want to
questions?
have the information that comes back is also part of a public hearing process.
Yes, absolutely.
Because the applicant and the public will have a chance to weigh in on
And
the
just to
content.
confirm, the amount of days we have to keep a public meeting open is?
Well, there can also be extensions.
Yes.
So you have a
Granted
30
by the
day, you have a
applicant.
30-day,
Yeah.
you have a 30-day window, and then you can do extensions per law, obviously.
Commissioner Brescia?
I know you're going to fix the drawing so it looks a little bit like what it shows in your plans. Could you also make sure that the pathway leading into it is moved up where it's supposed to be, that the bike racks are put in there, that the propane tank storage area is put in there? Because I think you're cramming a lot of things in a small space, and I just want to visualize it better.
Sure.
And put the handicap spots where you're supposed to, where you want them. And I'm just questioning something to consider or to think about is perhaps some bolsters, concrete bolsters, because I think it's a safety issue with that sidewalk coming up on the end like that, if you have people driving in. And I also think you have one near the handicap spot to the far left, you have a spot where you're going to put overflow snow. So that's going to possibly eat into that handicap parking space. So just some food for thought on that. And could you also identify your closest fire hydrants and put it on the plans? I would appreciate that. Thank you. Did I say enough?
Thank you, yeah. And again, I think for the flow that we talked about, so it looks like we're going from like 5 pumps to 12, is that?
Sorry, 5 pumps to 6, but they're double-sided, so they have
Okay.
to either side. But the
Okay,
unit
so-
itself
so
is
10 to
considered
12.
1 pump technically, but it provides for 2 spaces.
Okay.
So the 10 spaces to 12. So
Okay,
5
10
pumps
to
to 6,
12.
so, yeah.
Yep, okay. Yeah, because I'm just trying to figure out, again, as you said, nobody follows the law, and one car will be heading this side and the other coming this side, and, people will be all over the place, with this tight space, and people trying to move around as well. So just think about that, what can be done to ease that congestion there. And then, the public had a lot of questions. I don't know if you are planning to address those today or you want to address at the next meeting. Because I don't want to forget public comments as well. They're very important comments and we'd like them to be addressed.
So we did have a lot of comments.
Right.
Addressed the one about the fire marshal. He's approved. He's looked at it. I've got a very long list here. I'm trying to see what we haven't addressed. Forestry, tractor trailers.
So
and
it's,
space.
so I mean, you can present it at the next meeting
Sure.
because
can
that's going to
prepare
be.
Yeah, because there were a lot of items that were submitted that
Yes.
copies need to be made for
Right.
the commission. They don't even
And you
have,
could
you guys don't even have
Right.
some of the correspondence. And the applicant would get the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if you can compile all that and then present at the next meeting, that would be great.
No problem.
Any other questions before? Yeah.
I just have one request and one question. You're showing the crosswalks, your sidewalks going to crosswalks. Do you know if the DOT has pedestrian buttons there for those walks?
I'm trying to remember correctly. On this side, there is a crossing across Main Street with I believe it is button operated.
Okay.
I don't hear any objections to that, so it must be button operated.
Okay, and then the request was, I know a lot was talked about in reference to deliveries and how they're gonna park, and can you present a list of how many vendors would be delivering? Like, I'm considering trash pickup as a vendor. The person bringing the propane is gonna be different than the company that's delivering the soda. So how many actual vendors are gonna be delivering, and if you can get a schedule with that? Like if there's a set schedule, like is the dumpsters come every Wednesday at, not 8 to 3, or is it?
I think that's something we can easily ascertain. Yeah. Yeah, we have on this.
Thank you.
Talking, I mean,
Go ahead.
talking about propane tanks, you're not planning to have smaller propane tanks at the store, right? Like,
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
oh,
I think it's
they'll have,
propane sales.
so they'll
Yeah,
have
Propane
like
sales.
Blue Rhino, like the Blue Rhino.
the Rhino ones?
That's what you meant, right?
That's what you're planning, right?
Yeah, the small
Yeah, not a
standard.
propane tank that's on
Oh, okay.
their sale
Oh,
of
okay.
use.
So, all right. And then, any other storage that would be out there? Because I've seen at gas stations, they'll have those de-icer, jugs or this or that or whatever. Anything that would be stored outside has to be mentioned, otherwise,
Yeah, I don't believe there's anything else being stored outside.
okay, so.
For along that.
Because, right.
Chemical-wise, no.
He's referencing like, they call them red boxes where people can drop off videos or CDs or something.
No, even those, I mean.
Yeah, we've seen those
before,
pop up. That's why he was questioning.
windshield wipe, windshield
Yeah.
fluid stuff and all that, people, we have seen at gas stations, like stored outside on racks, for sale. So anything, any storage like that, anything that will be stored outside has to be noted on the plans. Any other thing that pop up? Yeah.
Just one thing, I think I had asked about the fire marshal, obviously it's a gas station, building and fire departments are pretty integral in this. I think you had said he signed off on January 6th, was that correct?
I think we have the police signing off on that.
Well, I think it was mentioned that January 6th, I believe, the fire marshal signed off. The only reason I bring it up is because you have revisions done that were January 9th. So, and one of the items in this packet is a detail on some of the fuel pumps.
Yeah.
So you might want to go back to the fire marshal and get verification based on any revisions that have been made post his review.
Including the EV.
Do we have
including the-
fire marshal?
if-
I mean,
if-
Yeah, we have January 6th,
Yeah.
his sign off, but we
But
can
there
send him.
have been
was-
revisions, and I'm not
yeah.
sure what was revised. It doesn't really detail, but one of them that I did notice is the pumps themselves. You
detail of
added
it, yeah.
details on that, so, which leads me to believe that he has not reviewed that. So if he signed off on the 6th, your revisions are done on the 9th. He hadn't seen that.
He's very much aware it's a gas station.
Correct, but you added details.
Correct, at the engineer's request of
Correct.
what type. is
And
going
if you
on,
added
yeah.
the details, that means he has not seen those details, nor, I don't know about the EV chargers. I don't know if that was on the current. I don't have the, yeah, I don't have the pre-plan. All I have is the revised plan. So if
Okay,
you
yeah.
can go back and review that to ensure that he's looked at all aspects that would pertain to him, that would be great.
I mean, I think and that's a good point, Commissioner, as point of, order, like, latest plans should be reviewed by enforcement authority, whether it be police, whether it's fire, whether it's building inspector, whoever. I mean, latest plans must be reviewed because we can, they can miss some details, so.
Thank you.
All right. So, do you have
One
comments?
clarification, particularly because of the discussion, I want to raise it before any discussion about a third-party review. I think there's question, I've heard comments and sort of reference to a traffic study, but whether you wanted a study, whether you were just looking at function of this particular intersection. So if in making whatever motion you might about a third-party review, if you could, as the commission, clarify what you're looking for with respect to traffic, so that way, number one, it's clear for us what we should be doing, and number two, we know, so we can give that, if you decide to have a third-party review, we don't have a situation where we did something, your expectation was different, and then we have a third-party reviewer who is reviewing what we did, but it's not what you want. So just so we can have some clarification.
To that point, what usually goes into a traffic study? Is it varies by the development, or is there a boilerplate traffic study? Take me through a traffic study. Is it à la carte? How does it work? So that way we know what to
From a
pick.
general standpoint, I think if you were looking at an entirely new development, you'd be looking at, you wouldn't be considering what any kind of existing use is. In most of the traffic studies I've seen where you have an existing use, exactly what is in the traffic memo that we provided, that you're basically looking at the delta of, you have an existing use, here's what the new one is, let's look at that delta. If it doesn't reach the threshold, which is why you have the memo that you do, that from the traffic engineer's perspective, it does not reach the level of a significant change, and so you would not necessarily go further. If you're doing a full traffic study on a completely new use, it's going to be the traffic engineer who's looking at what intersections are affected, the distance of those intersections, which is why I'm asking that if what you're looking at is, here's what, we want to understand what's going on Main Street, but a more typical traffic study, if this were a brand-new development, may go further with intersections, and that's, again, sort of the expertise of the traffic engineer. That might be different, which is also why I'm asking for the clarification, because based on what we're seeing in the from our traffic engineer who looked at it, we're not rising to the level of significant, and it's not typically something that would have a full study, in part because it's an existing use. So if that's what you're looking for, that's frankly why I'm asking for some clarification that,
And you don't have to do a full study for the state DOT for your curb cuts and how the impact? You don't have to do, they do the study, or do you do the
For
study?
the curb cuts now, what we present is about the volume of traffic used in the memo. So that was.
This is what you present to the state?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just like, well, here's the existing use. Here's what your numbers say for what's going to be proposed. We run it, see the difference. It's not deemed significant, therefore, they don't deem any further action required. It's all about the trip generation for this site. It's not about what else is happening in the area. It's about what's known in there and what is observed.
Okay.
So it's really absolute clarity on what you're asking for there, because what you could be it could be quite significant and a lot unnecessary for what you're looking at.
Yeah, so at least what I'm looking at is the intersection at Main Street, Forest Street, how the traffic is coming in and out of Forest and in and out of, I think it's just
And
in,
west.
just in
And
and
west.
out of
And west.
west and west, right? So I'm not looking at least from my perspective, intersections here and there, right? We are not expanding. I'm just focusing on that particular intersection. And, again, when you do the traffic study, obviously you are going to look at the trips generated from Kelson Row and, whatever development and all that, because that would be part of your calculation. Right? I'm not, as
you're
the regular.
But I guess what the question is you also want traffic counts.
Yeah, like,
Well, yeah, you have to do
Yes.
traffic counts to do the level of service
Right.
analysis for that intersection.
But on state roads, there are existing counts. So if you're looking for new counts as opposed to us looking at what DOT has available, because I've had plenty of circumstances where, particularly on state roads, the DOT has counts.
Right.
If you're looking for something.
Well, if they have turning movement counts,
different.
that's fine,
Yeah, they got
but typically the
yeah.
counts are just traffic in one direction or the other,
And
trucks
through the
versus,
intersection and.
yeah.
Right,
So you're gonna need to do turning movement counts if DOT doesn't have turning movement counts, an AM, PM, peak hour and Saturdays, afternoon.
Do all that.
yeah, so, yeah, if the DOT did like a month ago, that,
Yeah.
probably will work.
That would-
Versus a year ago, before, yeah.
Right,
Existing
you're-
data, basically.
Yeah, existing.
Existing
Yeah, I guess
data.
the question is, the new developments that have
Yep,
been
yep.
approved, which are not yet constructed and fully operational, those should be added.
Right.
So you'd have three scenarios. You'd have existing conditions, you have existing plus approved projects, and then existing plus approved projects plus your project.
Which is what the standard traffic study
Yeah.
would do.
Yeah.
Would take,
Yeah.
would do new counts, anything approved in the vicinity, and then the proposed.
Yeah, that's
which
what
would
we're,
be a
that's what
net.
we're looking for.
Yeah.
And so I understand it, you're asking us to do the study and not a third party?
We
want
haven't
both.
talked
So
about that
that's,
yet.
we have to
They have to
talk,
decide
yeah.
the third.
Okay.
I need to remind the commission that while there may be things that you want with respect to the driveways on Main Street, because it's a state road and you don't have jurisdiction over it, you can certainly ask the applicant to investigate, doing something one way or the other, or suggest that we make comment to the, DOT that we'd like to see, but we can't condition it on that.
Right,
It has to
I
be
think this traffic
suggestion
study will
or-
tell
yeah.
us what's happening, what's going on with the numbers, like,
yeah.
and then we can suggest something.
Yeah, just another comment. The level of service analysis for the intersection, that's sort of a standard traffic analysis using Synchro or whatever program you use. But we also want to know what's going on at those proposed ingress and egress locations, the two on Main Street in particular. Those may not be part of the intersection analysis, but you have to show us in some respect what that queuing might be at that location, because that may not be part of that level of service analysis. So you're going to have to demonstrate to us how that works. Is that going to cause backup in that?
It would be, because typically you'd have an analysis of where the entrance is. So it wouldn't be the same as the intersection,
But it would be
certainly
included.
Most reports that I've seen show the in and out.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that was covered.
Okay, so,
Do we have to make a motion to discuss about it, or can we just discuss it?
no, we can discuss, right, because, what,
We bring up a traffic study. Do you guys want to wait for them to do their traffic study before we ask to do one and see what's going on with it? Or do you guys want to do one concurrently? That's ultimately what we have to vote on. Do you want two concurrent studies going on, or do we want to see this information first?
I think we should see the information first. I think otherwise it's going to cause a lot of confusion. You're going to have two traffic consultants that maybe do two different things
You know,
completely.
the showdown and on the, showdown, right?
Showdown with traffic engineers, yeah. And then
They
we'll
may do
be-
different
and then
things,
we'll
they may
be
do the same
confused.
exact thing,
Right.
so.
Yeah.
Third-party review is a more typical way to do
Yeah.
it, yeah.
so I think let's see,
Let-
we'll
So,
see,
so if I could just,
Yeah.
on that issue, we've opened a public hearing, we can give you extensions. If what you're looking for is a full traffic study, that is not likely to be done quickly.
the next, yep.
Right. To the extent that you are looking for not, and I don't know how often you have a third-party review, but unless the study's been done when this has come up, my experience has been that oftentimes the town-selected traffic engineer is notified that they will be reviewing the study, and to the extent there is additional work that is asked, so our traffic engineer would know and sort of outline what, most likely he, because of who did the study, what he would be doing, would consult with your selected reviewer and say, here are the following things that I'm doing. Is there anything else you want, or are there any other issues that I should be looking at? And frankly, I found it to make the process more efficient, because then there isn't sort of an after the fact. So to the extent that you know you want somebody involved, I would make the suggestion that you do that sooner, because it makes the whole process, and then we don't have to get into the situation where by the time a review gets done, somebody needs time to review. I don't want to run out of time, given that the hearing's open, and being able to do that particularly, and again, I've just found it, staff can weigh in, your traffic expert can weigh in, but just, I wanted to share that experience because sometimes it is really helpful to have the two consultants, because then all the data is collected, there's agreement. I've had situations where, you know, a shoreline community on a summer Saturday, everybody's in agreement, yes, that's our peak time, here's the issue, and everything's adjusted, or excuse me, collected at the same time, so then everybody's looking at the same data and there's no issues, so.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like,
To that point,
Yeah,
let's do them concurrently, yeah.
so I think what she's saying
Well,
is.
it's not it's not concurrent,
It's not.
They're
what's-
collaborating.
but they're
collaborating
collaborating and getting
on the
started
scope.
earlier.
I think that
Yeah.
they'll agree on the scope.
Right.
And if both parties are good, then they will perform, you know, their consultant will perform.
That makes sense. Otherwise, this will drag on.
You okay
forever.
with that?
Yeah.
So I just want to be clear, so they're going to do their traffic study based on an agenda or topics that we're all going to,
So what will happen is, we will pick a consultant from our side. They already have their consultant, they both will talk, they both will come up with a scope, make sure that everything, whatever we need is addressed properly, right? That it's in the scope, and then they will do the study. So that when the study comes back after a month or whatever time frame, there are no questions about that particular study, because everybody agreed on the
And
scope.
then our person will review
Right.
theirs, then concur or comment on their study. But now, it's all happening now.
You have to keep in mind, this is a state road, once again.
Yeah.
So no matter what the studies say, the state will dictate what happens with those curb cuts and.
No, and that's, agree, I think we also have town
Right.
road where we will have say. So I think it's important to address that. And especially, I mean, public concern is traffic study as well. So I just want to make sure that we put that to bed, the whole issue. So, does that sound like, are we in agreement that we
Yeah,
will have a
absolutely,
consultant,
and
you
like
will
I
have
said, I just
consultant?
wanted to put that out there because I do find that the experts, much like what happens with the engineering review, plans go to the town engineer, we can revise, and same thing, particularly given that the hearing's open, and obviously, you know, whatever consultation your selected individual needs to have with your staff can communicate or watch the video or the minutes or whatever to find out what's necessary.
All right, so we'll have.
We have to make them,
Commissioner Morhos, you are in agreement? Sounds good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you.
Kim, do we have to vote on that, or is that, it's understood?
I would ask that you do a motion.
Motion to have a third party review the traffic study by the applicant.
Second.
I'll second that.
And any discussion? So I just want to clarify that the third-party consultant that town will select will work with applicant's engineer, come up with the scope, what the scope should be for the study, and then applicant's consultant will do the study.
So moved.
And then it will be reviewed by the third-party consultant as well as commission members, and it will be open for public comment. So, and then it will be addressed that way.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Or Alan, you okay with that?
Yeah, that's
So
great.
moved.
All in favor of motion?
Aye.
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 Opposed, motion passes 5-0.
So we're going to table this.
Motion to, table?
Yep.
Table the public meeting for AMG pub.
Recess.
It would be recess.
Recess, sorry. You gave me the wrong word.
Are you recessing it to our next meeting or to a different date?
Next meeting.
I
and
think
then
we can do
then we
next
adjust.
meeting,
We
and
can adjust
then
from there.
we can get
Traffic study?
the request. And
Whatever they
That's
tell us.
February 19th is our next meeting.
Motion to recess the public meeting to our next meeting of February 19th.
Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
Oh, thank you.
Second?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
motion to come out of recess?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. On to item 2, calling a regular meeting to order. Public comments. Anyone in the public who would like to address the commission on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to consent agenda.
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 5A.
Site plan application, major change per section 9C64E of the Rocky Hill zoning regulations, Edward West, proposing a dual-port EV charging station on the outside of a building on the northeast corner for property located at 850 Brook Street in a BP Business Park zoning district, ID 16-288-002.
Right.
Thank you for your patience.
It was a fun night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not over.
I started at 4:30 this morning, don't mind me.
Oh,
So we were hired to put in a EV charger at Schindler Elevator. So I don't know if you guys have seen them. They're about this tall. They have 2 ports. They're smaller than the podium. So it's in the first 2 spots of the parking lot. So I don't know what else you guys need to know. You want to see pictures?
yeah, I think we were looking
You had
at,
the plans in the last packet,
in the last packet.
and you have, well, there's a plan that you have.
No, we didn't have pictures on the wall, right? I think that's what we were looking at, like,
It was on the wall, it's
Like
in the
what- okay.
packet.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't accept that because the
No.
public has to see it, so,
yeah, so, yeah, whatever's in the plan will
Yeah.
have to be.
So,
So it is on the plan. It's on the bottom of the part. You
Yep.
can see the pedestal. It's just smaller.
can you just describe any specialty thing in case of there is a fire or this or that, or any concerns or anything with the building, attached to the building?
Really, per the NEC code, there is no rules when it comes to that because they're under 60 amps. So everything
Okay.
over 60 amps needs a disconnect switch. So like those gas station chargers, they'll need emergency shutoffs. This one will not.
Okay.
How far from the building is it?
About 15 feet.
And you're feeding the power from the building?
Yep.
Underground. So all that's gonna be sticking out of the ground is the pedestal?
Yeah, that's it.
That's all I got.
All right.
Are you accommodating for future conduits or just the one, this one?
Nope, all the power they got available is gonna be used up from this one.
Any other questions from commissioners?
Nope.
Commissioner Morhos, you have comments?
I've got nothing. It's
Thank
pretty
you.
simple.
All right, yeah. Thank you. Can I have a,
Motion to approve the EV charging station at 850 Brook Street.
a second?
Second.
All in favor of the
Second.
motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Agenda item B, site plan
Modification.
modification related to condenser unit locations and relative improvements, Rocky Hill Gateway LLC for Kelson Row, for property located at 2418 Main Street, Dividend Road, in the Town Center zoning district, ID 10-184.
Beautiful. Just for the record, Rock Emmond, Associate Civil Engineer with SLR International Corporation out of Cheshire, Connecticut, here on behalf of Rocky Hill Gateway LLC, the owner and applicant for the site plan modification of Kelson Row. Shameless plug, we did the traffic study for Kelson Row. That information is public information. Feel free to use that information as you will. We were here last meeting.
Did you pass? Did
Sorry,
it
say
pass?
again.
Did the traffic study do good, or was it a good traffic study?
I hope it was a good traffic study.
Maybe
We're going to find out when
Did
the
you
development's
go,
done.
did you go to that Main Street intersection?
I
Come on.
I
come on.
hope,
I wanna know.
if we did, I don't even know if I can
It's
say this sort
okay,
of thing.
keep on
Yeah,
going.
okay. I digress. So we were here last meeting. We were looking for your feedback regarding the condensers. As we previously iterated, the condensers were sort of placed along the Main Street border in error. With coordinating with the construction group, we came up with some modifications to allow for both the streetscape to be enhanced as well as for the condensers to either be relocated in certain strategic areas or to be consolidated to make sure that they're minimized in their effect and viewing on Main Street. So we actually updated several renderings to both assist with any sort of marketing materials as well as kind of just to emphasize what we're really looking at specifically when it comes to the Main Street streetscape. This particular view is an aerial that's looking at the entire development. So specifically, we were talking about buildings 1 and 2, identified as buildings 1 and 2, as well as previously, the chairman asked if we could also provide another view at the plaza. So what I'm going to do is I did some fancy stuff, and we're going to look at these 3 section views. I should have done this last time. I did learn that this morning. So this is now the actual look of what you would be kind of enhanced or experiencing in the plaza area. So this is kind of really high top-down looking, so you can actually see those tucked-in condenser units on the right side of the screen on the corner of Building 2. As you can see, we're also providing the landscaping as you lead around the building. And then obviously you're seeing the proposed improvements for the plaza area. The depiction in this rendering is a little different than what's actually proposed with regard to the tree wells. The tree wells will be slightly elevated with a granite curb around them, as well as they'll have uplighting to kind of emphasize the different trees that are around. Not for the renderer, but more for information for you. Also in the same plaza area, just to further kind of hit home what you're going to be seeing from the plaza, obviously you can look directly at the building 2, and once again, emphasizing that this is kind of a communal space that's going to be for public use. This is the same rendering that was shown at the last meeting, looking at the building 2 on the north side towards the retaining or the seat wall. We're looking to place the condensing units. That seat wall will also have a superior landscaping buffer to further dampen as well as obscure the view of the condensers. This is now down south on looking towards the north on Building 2, the same kind of concept wrapping around the landscaping around these seat walls with the condensing units kind of tucked inside of them. This is actually, incidentally, the north side of Building 1, which we discussed, which is currently installed. I did speak essentially in error the last time that we were speaking, saying that there was a differential in the grade from the sidewalk. If you were to actually go out there, it's actually the berm of the landscaping that was installed. That's the differential in grade, not the pad. So we don't actually believe that we're going to have to sink the pad down. It would essentially be saw cut and then put into that L shape as shown on the new site plans that are provided. So it's actually a little bit simpler for the construction, thankfully. But we're still going to be providing that seat wall, landscaping. As also noted in the last meeting, the owner, as they progress forward and they move occupants within, when they find out if there is some issues that are occurring with the balconies and the patios and people are complaining about noise or seeing the condensers, the owner is more than willing to install some sort of landscaping buffer to make sure that the residents are protected from the condensers as well. One of the questions came up last time, which was this thing versus proposed. These were full site plans that were submitted. It's a little hard to see, especially when you're kind of looking down at the scale, but From the approved perspective, there were 269 total condensers proposed on the site. In the latest iteration, which is emphasizing green, there is 263. So we have a slight net reduction, not that it actually amounts to anything, but it is a slight reduction. And then I provided a third, which is kind of the overlay that when you're looking at the condensers in red versus in green, you can see where things have kind of shifted and configured. Specifically, if you look at building 2, there were condensers that were located directly adjacent to the parking spaces, and those have been shifted northward. And that is now going to be in an L-shaped configuration. As you look at building 1, that sort of same scenario occurs. The mechanical engineer originally placed the mechanical units directly adjacent to the sidewalk and the parking. Those have been kind of consolidated, shifted to one side or the other of the building, and those are going to be installed. Actually, I think specifically building 1 has them installed. They're going to be installed all on concrete pads instead of the kind of the fiber pad that they ship with them. It's kind of, I don't know, it's looking for a much more premium look than just a pad on the ground.
On the south side for building 1.
Yes.
You're moving closer to the road?
Which will also be enhanced with all the landscaping buffers that we are proposing. Because I think specifically there's going to be a berm and a landscaping feature, which also I think includes a canopy tree. If you look around, there are differences between most of the buildings. Like I said, they're sort of consolidated into individual corners, but it's mostly a net reduction in the overall condenser unit. I do have numbers specifically on each building if you so require. But really when it comes down to it, they're really anchoring the corners instead of being more visible to both residents and people who are just, coming in for, either visiting or parking or utilizing the retail space in Building 9.
And then building 9 southeast corner, that corner would be, have same walls and everything?
Yes, so actually, I believe Building 9 is going to be a granite curb along that curve, and it's landscaping between the condensers and the granite curb, which is raised granite curb. I don't think it's a full
It's not a
seat
wall.
wall like it is along the frontage. The frontage is really the emphasis for those seat walls.
So if you are sitting where the round tables are and stuff, you will see the condensing units.
You will see landscaping and then behind them, condensing units. Which would be, obviously throughout the site, that's what you would essentially be seeing is a shrubbery obscuring landscape and then the condensing units. Yep, Harrison.
Good evening, Harrison Levy with Bafanti Companies. To address, there's a lot of elevation changes here. So in the front of the building that you guys brought up, putting the seat walls needed to be addressed because we don't have elevation changes. At that area you talked about, there's elevation changes, so putting landscaping in, we're not concerned that you'll see those condensers units because it can be well disguised based on the elevation changes. In the front of the building, need to be addressed this way in order to not be able to see them.
Thank you. Before I go over to just the next topic on here, are there any questions regarding the condensing units?
So I just had some suggestion, I think,
Yeah,
and
no,
you brought that up, that you will discuss, if
Yep.
the tenants, are looking at condensing units. So where the wall is, if you go back to the first figures,
Is this a good view?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
At the corner?
Yep.
Where you see that grill? Is there a way you can have like a solid grill or something like that they don't see the condensing unit
I mean, that's,
when they're sitting in the
is there, I
balcony?
think there's actual code requirements for the fence,
Yeah, there's
though.
fence. What we plan to do is plant some shrubs of some sort on the inside. The rendering we were trying to show you, we were focusing on the outside.
Okay.
Because that was the commission's concerned. We need to make sure we can, I didn't want to say this politically correct, rent the units and give them the best experience. These units on the corners where there are more condensers, we're going to enhance with different type of landscaping to take care of that. We're making sure a question came up with heat, noise, we're in accordance with the code and requirements in regards to that. So installing some shrubbery on the inside, we plan to address.
So if somebody's sitting in their balcony and looking out, they won't see.
Correct. A
Right
lot of
now, you
times,
can
and I'm not
see-
trying to belittle it.
Yep.
When you're sitting down, I've done a lot of different type of work. You're actually, luckily, the condensers we have are at a lower height. So
Okay.
you're gonna see them, but you're usually looking out over it.
Okay.
So hopefully by introducing some low shrubs that don't grow that tall, actually similar to what is indicated here, you plan to just
Okay.
plant in the inside. But airflow is important there, and we wanna make sure it's not going onto the porches and patios. But we'll, just to be straightforward to you, we plan to keep the same railings installed,
Okay.
so it's consistent, so you don't start
Yep.
drawing more attention to that.
Anyone else, any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. Are these condensers now where they were originally approved?
That is what we're discussing currently, is that the condensers have been relocated both under the building permit plans and the construction documents compared to the approved zoning plans. And that's what we're looking to justify or rectify with this application.
So they're not where they were originally approved?
Correct.
Just to reiterate from our last meeting, we came for original approval back in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, which came with a rendering and plans. As further drawings were developed, the buildings were finally designed, a full set of construction documents were put together. Everything you're seeing today has been part of our building permit set, which was approved by the building department, which was brought up by this commission, that there was some things that weren't in line with the original approval. That's why we're here today, just to get clarification and make sure things, just to be clear, we were not intending on moving anything differently. We thought the commission was aware of what was being built, just to clarify that.
Yes, yeah, this is the same renderings, but with details that we approved at the last meeting.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Did we approve?
No,
The- the-
you,
Approved meaning.
there was
Last
guidance
meeting?
provided.
Suggested. We
Correct.
suggested, they came with that, preliminary drawings.
If you go to the red versus green, this is, Alan, if you look at this drawing, the red is what was on the zone, correct me if I'm wrong, but the red is what was approved by the zoning commission.
Correct.
And the green is what you guys are proposing.
Correct.
To go forward, so both plans align, the zoning plans align with the building plans.
Correct.
Correct, and we have that. I'm just a little concerned that we keep hearing that it was approved on a building permit, whatever, but it was not the plan that we approved in, I think it was January, February 2022. That's what I'm
correct.
driving at.
That's
That's
correct.
correct, yeah.
We're trying to rectify that.
So
now
then,
we're
the other
both
question
same.
is, why were these constructed here before they were approved for that location?
I don't want to be
So I think,
disrespectful. Yeah, sorry.
Alan, what we did is, we did discuss this at the last meeting. This whole issue was discussed at our last meeting when they proposed. And we had said, remember, that bring the plans in February or January, February, somewhere. I don't know if you recall our conversation. Yeah.
Otherwise, they can't get CO on building two
Right.
unless the plans were presented at this meeting.
Right.
Correct.
So we discussed this at the last meeting.
Yeah, I know we discussed it, but we weren't told we never got a complete answer, and that's what I'm driving at. And so, I don't know. It just doesn't seem correct. This isn't the way we should do things. And another question is, you mentioned we were concerned about noise for the tenants that are next to it and above it. It's a 3-story building. And you're gonna put landscaping to install landscaping so that would buffer the sound. How do you landscape noise from going straight up? There's still going to be noise going up to the second and third floors. for
Yes,
the
and that's
people who are sitting
understood.
out on their patios.
And that is understood, but when it comes to the manufacturer specifications, they specify that I think you might actually know the exact distance away from a building it's allowed. I think it's 3 feet, correct?
We're within, I don't want to give you a generic answer. We're within code and feel comfortable with the design of our building that we're, based on the limitations we have of condensers on the site. I think somebody asked us, why didn't we put them on a roof? I think you did. We're going forward. We don't typically do this type of building where they're really long, where you don't have those opportunities, and that's what we'll be addressing on future project 100%. So people that live in these communities understand there's positive and negatives, and they're not going to be that noisy, and they're based on the noise levels of the ratings. We're comfortable with what's been designed, and that's.
So I think in addition to that, Ellen, if you look at the current drawing that's out there, if you look at the red ones, those were the approved ones. So
Correct.
if they didn't do anything, they would be hearing noise and all that we are asking right now. So the benefit of moving these things around and what we reviewed last time is that you won't be seeing these condensing units when you are sitting in that open area where it's a public area. If they didn't do anything, and if they went back and put where the reds are, if you are sitting under the canopy in the public area, you will see those condensing units. Now, with the proposed plans, with the walls and all that, all those things are hidden. So, I think this is, and again, as we discussed at the last meeting, this is a better solution than what we had even before, because all the units are hidden now.
I think the primary focus was to enhance the streetscape.
Yes.
Yes.
And in my opinion, it's what it does.
It does. It does better than what was approved before.
And like you had just said, Mr. Chairman, those units were going to be there regardless.
Yes.
So they would have been seen by any renters in that area. They would have been feeling the impact. This, in my estimation, is a much better solution.
We can bring that up after a motion, as we discuss. We can talk about it then.
Yep. All right, any?
Okay. That's all I have. It's just gonna.
So on the current ones on building 1, so are you going to remove those trees that are on the berm that was built up?
Yes,
So
they will be
those-
saw cutting the existing concrete pad that's located there, relocating the units, putting it in an L shape, and taking those existing shrubs, transplanting them, putting the wall in, most likely just, replanting them or replacing them with new plants.
Okay, yeah,
It'll
'cause it's
still be
like-
the same
It's like 2 feet from the street. That's very close, very
Yes.
close. All right, and then on the southern part, where on building 1, where they're all in a row, it's very close to the sidewalk. How are you planning to conceal that?
Just being specific, you're talking the back
The back,
corner?
nope, the ones on
No,
the
she's
side.
talking
Building 1,
right at the driveway
right when you drive in, you can see, I have pictures, you can see them
Yeah,
right away.
so there's shrubs that are going on it, and there was addressed, I think somebody brought up, if we
There's a
did.
landscape berm as
There's
well.
landscape berms that go there, and at the elevation, once the landscaping is not all done to date. We can only get so much in
Before
this.
the planting season
Planting
ended.
season, and just to ensure you that we have to enhance it, because that's our main entrance. When residents come to rent here, we need to make sure they're only coming in that way once, and if it doesn't show right. So additional plantings are going to be installed per the drawings, and then once we're done with the project, we'll have to see if we need additional plantings. But the elevations change. So when you're at eye level at the street, it's not the same. I'm not trying to belittle your concern. It's not the same thing as what you're seeing there at this elevation from the grade change. It's probably at least if I was guessing, 5 or 6 feet grade change. So you're gonna, no matter what we would do at that elevation, if somebody wanted to see the landscaping, you're at a much higher elevation, so you'd just be looking down a hillside.
Okay.
So that's why,
Does any of your elevation show what would help her, like, what are you trying to?
right,
Actually, I have the reverse on. We'll get to the end of the presentation where I say thank
So
you.
I think what you're seeing out there now is not going to be that.
We're
No.
just below the T is where we're discussing, and you can, if you could zoom in, Ray, my
the
best friend
elevation
Ray.
drops there with the, and a bird's eye elevation, you're not gonna see, it's unique to the site that the grading is changing. So
Can you put a wall around those two?
we could, it's just,
It kind of stick out like a sore thumb, essentially, because it's a little isolated, unfortunately. But you can see that there's going to be a specific landscape bed with some shrubbery and a canopy tree that's going to be essentially obscuring it from Main Street and the hook of the driveway.
I'm not clear in this picture where they
Sorry,
are.
if you're looking at the T from thank
Yep.
you, I am thanking you, down, yep, where the pink is.
Yep.
That's where we're proposing that there's a tree and a plant bed essentially completely obscuring the portion of the condensing units.
and not to,
Because they're all in a line, and you could see them very clearly from across the street.
my response to that is, we are addressing the Main Street that is on, I'm not, you have a concern. Main Street is the front of the buildings, that is inland of the area, not saying it's not a concern. What we were addressing here was anything that was on Main Street that we're working on and trying to figure out. That area of concern, we have landscaping that's going in there, and that's what we originally proposed, and that's how it's currently being addressed. as of
Okay, I
now.
thought we were concerned with doing what you had in the original plans, the deviations. So the one on the side is a deviation from your original plan as well.
Yes, that is correct.
Is that correct?
And we're looking to mostly rectify the record with the approved versus proposed. And in doing so, we are specifically looking at the streetscape because the concern with the streetscape was that by having the condensers along the streetscape, we were essentially degrading the streetscape. In fact, we want the streetscape to be further enhanced and improved to, obviously bring more residents to the development, as well as just make sure that we're an integral piece of Rocky Hill.
Yeah, because you can see these very clearly
Yes.
from the street.
Yes, which is why
And-
we have a very robust landscaping plan, which was actually approved as part of site plan modification about a month and a half, 2 months ago, which also further showed that we were obscuring this corner. So they do go hand in hand, and as part of this submittal package, we were requested as part of a condition of approval from the landscaping site plan modification to provide a full set of essentially the building permit / construction documents to date to be the planning and zoning record drawings. And unfortunately for everybody, that's 48 sheets of plans because they include details and structural designs for walls. But that is what's provided, that is the current, that is the latest and greatest, as well as that includes all major and minor site plan modifications to date, minus tonight's deliberation, which has to do with the condensing units. It is integrated into that site package because it is for your review and approval.
So you can't put up a wall there to just cover it from the street, so you can't see it from the street. You're just going to put a tree in front of it.
We'd have to relook at that, and I don't want to, we're putting plantings that were really thought about there, that,
Are they going to be the plantings you're going to move from the other area and put them there? Because the same plantings won't cover those.
No, it's a full plant bed, which incorporates I want to say that there's multiple Pachysandra, so ground cover, low ground cover as it leads up to a larger shrub, I don't know off the top of my head, to a canopy tree. So there's a full, and that plant bed is actually a berm when you're actually in a elevation change, which is going down. So you'd be going down while providing something that's further up. So it'd further obscure the condensing units.
Okay, I mean, I just doesn't, I seen it, I've
Yep.
passed by it, I have pictures of it, I've sent the pictures in. And it still seems to me to be very visible from the street. That's all I'll say.
The pictures you have are what's existing now.
Yes.
They're gonna change it. They're changing the units. They're moving them.
Oh, you're moving these units.
So, actually,
Or they're
could I
moved.
see the photo that you're looking at, just in
Yeah.
case? Because I wonder if we're actually talking about two different locations.
This is your street, and those are the units right there. That's your street.
Yes, okay, so we
You're
are
moving
talking
them?
about two different things.
Okay.
So, when it comes to the ones that we're modifying, those are not the ones at the driveway. Those are the ones to the north of Building 1. The ones at the driveway that her photo is currently going to remain.
So that's a deviation from the original plan.
Correct.
But your landscaping is.
Yeah, but the landscaping
your
is going to
landscaping
enhance
going
and
in the
obscure.
spring.
But just to be, you are correct, but if you zoom in, I'm not belittling, they are different, but the original drawing showed them there. Due to the elevations, they're getting grading, some of the condensers had to move. So in these, the 4 of them that they showed, actually showed 6 of them in a little box there. We had to move them based on site to seeing where they could fit, because there's a drain to making sure we get the right proper drainage there. So in that area, in my opinion, based on existing conditions, it matches, relatively speaking, similar to the plan. So there's 6 that were there, they moved out further to allow for a drain, and then 2 of them are back further from where they were originally there. You have to zoom in, it's kind of hard to even see here, but they are showing. you
Could you do us a favor and zoom in to the right of Building 1 ever so slightly? Keep going down, 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 keep going down. A little bit more, a little bit more. Go to the right. Nope, oh, sorry. Yep, keep going that way. Keep going that way, keep going that way, keep going that way, keep going that way, keep going. That's where we're enhancing we're making the modification. Keep going to the right. Route 99, keep going to the right. Keep going to the right, keep going to the right, keep going right. Up a little bit. Up a little bit more. Beautiful. So the 6 in red were always proposed there, and the kind of the reconfiguration, as Harrison was kind of so kind to address, because of the large grade change, there's actually a trap point for storm drainage. So by bisecting this, it does allow for water to just go through.
So one other item is we have Southern Connecticut, we have we have natural gas on site. So there's meter racks around the wall there. So in order to meet the distances for the meter, the gas, coordinate, which we don't get to pick where it goes, the gas company chooses. So that was a whole coordination to making sure that doesn't look imperfection. Those other condensers are further out. So we have these big meter racks on the wall that we're covering with landscaping to make sure you don't see those when you first come in. So not pushing off your concern, we were limited on what we could do because the elevation goes down like this and then goes back up. So we weren't able to keep them there because they'd be too close to the gas meter, so they had to kind of move out. And the reason we have that gap in between the both is to let water drain through, so we're not creating any drainage issues on the property. And also the spacing was to allow for landscaping to fill in. And a lot of these were strategically done to bring up, I forget the other gentleman's name, to not have them right on top of the patios. So that way residents don't have a bunch of condensers on it. It wasn't perfect. There's some patios that have them on them, but we tried to make most of the patios, if you were to look at the plan, that when you're looking out, the condensers are not right outside your patios where we could.
So probably the landscaping that we are seeing, probably that's going to change, right? Because that's not, because that's thin. Even if it grows, you will still see.
Yes,
units.
it'll grow, it'll obscure. The landscaping plan that is included in the building permit / construction documents that is also now part of the record as part of this meeting includes the landscaping surrounding this particular area.
Okay.
And that, obviously, as we've iterated, has yet to be installed because we are no longer in the planting season.
So whatever she's seeing right now,
Yes.
that's going to change.
Correct.
I mean, I think that's what her question is. Even if that shrub or whatever goes, still see unit. Right, based on
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
if it was based on the originally approved condition, you would see units. Those 6 that are red, you'd still see the units. So in this configuration, we're making that the entire thing is obscured by landscaping.
If I could, and Rock, maybe you can address this. The original approval that we have, we've enhanced with more plantings.
By a very large margin.
That it's been enhanced, so this, from what we originally approved for quantity of plantings, at the previous meeting, it was, if you look at, compare the drawings.
Yeah, it was in excess of 3,000 shrubs were added to the plans from the original approval document.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
looking at this,
Nope.
it doesn't look aesthetically pleasing, especially being in the driveway as you go in.
Nope, we understand. We believe that the final condition will be an enhancement, obviously, to what you'll be seeing, but will provide what Rocky Hill would be looking for.
And if it's not, are you going to fix it?
Yes.
Okay.
It is the gateway to, it is the gateway to Kelson Row. It needs to be the silver lining as people come in. Because either they're going to be coming in as a resident, or they're going to be coming in for the retail spaces in Building 9. So we need that to be up to snuff.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Are they done?
Yeah.
If you could go back to full screen mode, I'll finish my presentation. So as part of I think I actually wrote it in a little narrative and I got it like really good, but pursuant to a condition of approval as part of the landscaping site plan modification approval, it was asked of the commission that we create a baseline documentation basically obscuring / enhancing the documents that are currently on file with the land records to the building permit / construction documents that are under construction today, verifying that it has all the major and minor modifications approved, obviously this one tonight, so if you so choose to approve it, would be integrated into that plan set. That 48-page or 48-sheet document would then be the baseline throughout the duration. We don't anticipate any changes. We hope. Things do happen. There are obviously multiple parties that are invested and want things to happen within this development. But we believe that this is establishing the baseline of documents. This is just a cover sheet that's associated with it. The cover sheet includes all the modifications that have been presented as either part of changes for construction, changes to the site plan modifications, as well as specifically the bottom left corner, the zoning data tables associated with the approval for Building 11. This is kind of all encompassing. Like I said, it's the 48 sheets. If you did flip through the sheets and you did have any questions, I'm here to answer any and all questions you may have. But just looking to rectify the record.
So Kim, looks good, I mean, based on,
Well, you have to act on this.
Yes,
We also
yes.
have the other Mylar sheets that were signed by Giuseppe Aglico
Yep.
concerning the modifications that you have already had. So it's all been incorporated too.
that's it? Any,
I'll just leave you with a very, very nice aerial photo. I really like this one because it's kind of dark and kind of mysterious, but
let me see.
thank you. And if you do have any questions, we are more than happy to ask or answer. Thank
I
you.
want that picture.
It's public record now, technically, so it's all yours.
Looks nice. No. All right,
You ready?
yep.
I have no questions.
Any questions, Commissioner Glico?
I'm good.
Commissioner Hussey?
Also,
Commissioner Blackout?
the only question I had is, so we're approving this 48 page sheets, which does not include CP2.
So those exhibits are only for this meeting, and it's an exhibit because it's showing you a pre and post. It wouldn't necessarily be in a plan set. The plan set that you would be looking for would specifically be the layout plan.
Okay, so the layout plan incorporates the
Correct.
new
It
condenser.
incorporates, it shows obviously all the
Okay.
condensing unit. There's more than enough information.
That was my
Yep.
only question.
No worries.
Good?
Good.
Commissioner Morhos?
So presumably we're being asked to approve what's in this these 48 pages, I think you said it was?
Yes.
Is there anything in those 48 pages that we have other than the condensers? I mean, we got this 4 days ago, and I don't want to sound obnoxious, but that's my nature. Are there any surprises in these 48 pages? Because we obviously haven't scrutinized them.
No, so these
Page by
documents
page.
prior to this public hearing are part of the building permit set. And those plans have been reviewed by multiple staffers. And we've come before you on a few major modifications to the site plans. And all of that is integrated into this comprehensive site plan.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So the landscape drawings that we came last month for just the landscape modifications, don't quote me, 8 or 10 pages, so you already saw that. So the 48 pages is down to 38 pages. The items we discussed tonight, I'm just trying to put your mind at ease. It's a comprehensive set of other approvals that happened probably starting May last year to today. So there's one final set because there was too much back and forth. That's why it looks like a lot of drawings, but it's through the approvals to where we are. Thank you.
And obviously, this is the construction level set, so it has much more detail than you would see in a typical regulatory set.
Yeah. Okay. But do you anticipate any more requests for changes before this place is finished?
I personally do not anticipate any changes relatively soon. I do know that the town is exploring a grant for enhancements to the Dividend Road area, but I don't think that's part of this project. It's just something I know offhand. So I don't anticipate us coming back for any major site plan modifications unless there is something that ripples from their project to ours.
Okay. I mean, obviously you can't predict because you are going to come across issues and problems when you're finishing up the other buildings, but you don't have any that you anticipate.
I am confident that if the plan is approved today, what we have documented is what will be installed, that there will be shouldn't be any further issues. We have anticipated completion date of October this year, so we're planning on, that's buildings 1 through, everything up to building 11, so everything except for the top corner will be completed by October this year. Hopefully a little sooner, we're just trying to push our GC along, so just so you guys have a date in mind, that's what we're anticipating as of today.
Okay. All right. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner? I'm good. So yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of uneasiness, a lot of things, lots going on. Hopefully, this will be the last, and we'll do kumbaya when project is done, and we'll have a big party. But so hopefully, unless something big unforeseen happens, and that can happen in construction. But
Yeah, you never really know.
otherwise, we are expecting that what was approved initially with this couple of changes, it just remains that, and no further changes are made. So please be careful when you are constructing anything. Go back to original approvals. Hopefully, it's here, and we don't doubt.
We have to make the
you know,
motion.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's fine.
It's late. I get it. It's late.
Oh, it's
Right?
We
late.
get it.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the plan set submitted as the planning and zoning documents on record for Rocky Hill Gateway Project, Kelson Road, 2418 Main Street.
Can I have a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
Any discussion?
You guys did a nice job putting all this together. Thank you for listening to us, even though some of it was coherent, some of it wasn't coherent, but you understood why.
Once we went digital, it changed everything. I'm sorry, I will never put paper plans together ever again.
I would like to commend the applicant for listening to us and understanding why the streetscape is so important to this town.
Any other comments?
Could I add a condition to the motion?
What he said.
Any future
He seconded it.
Well, you
changes
seconded.
or? I seconded it.
Yeah, so he can't condition a second, can he? Is that right? You
Yeah,
know-
I think-
You know the Robert's
Friendly
rules.
amendment,
Huh?
He can.
He can amend,
Yeah.
right?
friendly amendment.
You can put a friendly amendment.
If you accept.
Okay. An amendment would be that we add a condition that any changes that come up between now and the completion of this project, that they come to us before they actually construct a change and get approval prior to doing it rather than after it's been done. I don't know if that's good language or legal language,
Wasn't that a
whatever. but-
major or minor modification deemed by the staff?
Yeah.
Wasn't that, isn't that,
But
his
the-
language is
but-
basically what your procedural?
We have major and minor modifications, and I think what Alan said is to come before you actually do the work.
Yeah, because, I mean, now we've seen where they've actually
to the commission
built a change.
before the work is done on site.
Yeah, before it's
But I think
actually.
he's
We have to,
Yeah, that's what
sorry,
he's
I think
saying,
we
yeah.
have no problem with that condition,
Yeah.
if that's what you guys would like, we have to do that. I think
Yeah.
the reason we're here today was confusion on multiple levels, so if that's something you guys want, to make sure we get the approval, no problem, we have to do that,
Well,
and we are gonna continue doing it.
It sounds
Right.
procedural. It
Yeah,
sounds
Yeah, we
like-
have to do
it
it.
is
It's-
procedural.
It sounds
But
like a
that's what they do
procedural thing that we
anyway.
should already be
Yeah.
doing anyway.
Yeah,
That's what
correct.
they do.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm adding that is we've seen that things have been done and then you've come for approval afterwards, after the fact. And I just want to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Well, we can't.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
I
that,
think the
yeah, I
plan
think you have to follow the procedure, right? Whether it's minor, or major amendment, right? So I think they will have to come back no matter what, and the staff will decide whether it's major or minor based on the revisions that we made to regulation. So.
And now that
you
the
know,
plans align, it's
Right.
up to the building department to find all these discrepancies
Right.
and point them out to us.
So hopefully, when staff goes out for inspections, they'll make sure that it
It aligns.
follows the
Yeah,
plans.
Yeah. We were to correct the plans to
Right.
get to the building set. Now it's up to the building department to make sure it all happens the right way.
So are we accepting the amendment?
I mean, I don't know what is adding.
Yeah, I don't see the amendment as a change, as an amendment, because it's a procedural thing for this commission and staff. We just got away from that procedural thing.
No,
because of
that was a difference in the building department
Correct.
set
Yeah, right, it's, we're.
versus
we're
the
correcting
planning and zoning
differences.
signed approved plan.
Right.
That's
But
what that was.
procedurally, things have been happening, major and minor modifications have been happening to this commission when they come up.
Yep.
Yeah, so rather than blanketly just asking them to come to us, I think what you do is you follow the procedure and
Go to s-
then
go to
they will
staff,
come
yeah.
if it's major modification.
Or minor, depending on what staff says.
Or yeah, minor, I mean, they can, you know.
Yeah.
So, make sense, Alan?
So I think it's
Then-
redundant, and I don't
Yeah.
think we should have it as a condition.
Right, I mean, that condition doesn't make
Um,
sense.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to approve this anyway, but, so it's a moot point.
Let's move to vote then.
Yep. So, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Any discussion?
Right, so we have,
Thank you.
so we have
Voted.
Alan opposed.
Is that correct?
Alan opposed, and everyone else said yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a-
Is that correct, everyone?
Alan, you oppose, is that 4-1?
I'm sorry?
Did you oppose, is that what, that's what?
Roll call, roll call.
All right, Commissioner Zarelli,
Approve.
Commissioner Glico,
Approve.
Commissioner Morhos,
Deny.
Commissioner,
I approve.
I approve. So 4-1.
Congratulations, thank you very much.
Congratulations,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Skipping over C, we're on D, pre-application for discussion. Courtney Cusano Kachewski, considering a proposal for a zoning regulation change to allow car washes along with a schematic plan for property located at 2245 Southstein Highway in a town center zoning district ID 10-054.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your patience.
No
And
problem.
before the pre-application presentation begins, I just want to confirm, this is pre-application, this is not an application. We are not going to say, I like it, don't like it, this, that. I think they're just looking at some information, some comments, right?
Yeah, this should be a give and take. This is non-binding on the commission. It's also non-binding on who may be a possible applicant. So the commission can't say, I like this, or I don't like this, apply, we'll deny it, we'll approve it. You can't say that, but you can certainly ask questions. And then we encourage, they came here and they sat through a lengthy meeting, so they do some feed in the form of questions. So we have an application. We also have a write-up that, I don't know if you're planning on reading that.
Do you want me to
or-
read it?
Or discussing that, but,
That's kind of my spiel, if that's okay. I'll read it.
okay, please do. Please do.
Thank you. My name is Courtney Castano. My address is 57 Wells Farm Drive in Weathersfield. Formerly, prior to that, Rocky Hill for over 30 years. At Deerfield Run. And I'm here with my dad, Sam Casano. He is 85 Deerfield Run, Rocky Hill, for over 30 years. Esteemed committee members, I grew up Rocky Hill watching as my father owned and operated a business in this town. And while that business is no longer, the land on which it once stood remains a part of my father's portfolio today. When a property became available a few doors down from the land that he currently owns, we jumped at the chance to continue doing business with the town of Rocky Hill, all the while recognizing that it will have to make sense for us in terms of an investment. I think we can all agree that the piece of land referenced above has been vacant for far too long. I'm speaking to 2245 Southstein Highway in Rocky Hill. The uniqueness of this property likely speaks to the notion that it's been vacant. After speaking with our engineer, we have agreed that a car wash would be perfectly placed at this location. Main Street in Rocky Hill is, as we've heard tonight, is only growing by the day with businesses and more specifically housing. In adding homes, you're adding people and therefore adding cars. The closest car wash in town is literally on the other side of Rocky Hill. Adding a car wash at this location would only increase the convenience of the residents of Rocky Hill, as well as bring additional jobs to Rocky Hill. After meeting with your team, it is apparent there are some zoning regulations that will need to be changed in order to get our plans approved. However, we are willing to do our due diligence in the hopes to come up with an agreement to move forward. We did include a conceptual drawing that we trust you'll find acceptable in terms of providing a visual of what we're looking to bring to the town. When we met with you all, you mentioned that the frontage of this parcel falls within the town center district, and while we are requesting a zoning change, we plan to design the building in such a way that it'll be aesthetically pleasing in the way that you wish to bring this area of Rocky Hill to Southstein Highway. In conclusion, while this concept is one that we wish to bring to life, we very much realize we cannot do this alone. We look forward to your partnership in continuing to improve the landscape of the section of Southstein Highway in which 2245 Southstein Highway falls.
Thank you. Kim, any comments from staff, or we can just, no comments, right,
Well,
from you?
just keep in mind, they're talking about, with this, in the particular letter that Courtney wrote. So they're talking about a zoning change, so there would have to be a text change to the zoning regulations to allow car washes in what we call the town center zone. So that's one thing that they are talking about during the pre-application. And they also have provided a concept using that site and the dimensions on that site of how they foresee a car wash fitting in on that particular property. So if you have any questions about what their text amendment could possibly be and how they would word that, how it relates to the zone, any questions on what you see as far as the site plan goes?
I would like to just make one edit, if that's okay. We noticed that the engineer, the entrance, it's actually two. Right?
Curb cuts.
Two curb cuts, not one, so that's incorrect. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
So I'll open up comments. Commissioner Zarelli?
So
One
some of the
curb
things,
cut. I see one cut.
No, I know, he
he wrote.
did
one.
that, but there was 2 curb cuts on that property.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to acknowledge that we recognize that that was incorrect.
Some of the things that we would look at in this is, first of all, obviously, does it fall into the town center zone? And looking at our regs, at the tables on page 50, car washes are only allowed in the RC zone. So, yeah, we would be looking at what that would incur, knowing what we do in our town center zone is different than any other. We tried to make the town center zone different than any other zone, making it more pedestrian-friendly, more residential-friendly, and more business-friendly. So if you were to come with an application, we would look at that and how it affects the town center zone as a whole. So that's one of the things that we would be looking at. And then, obviously, page 85, there's a whole criteria for car washes, if we got past the point of the actual zone part of it. One of the things that we would ask, at least I would ask, as part of a town center, in the town center zone, would be, has there been any opportunity to look at residential and/or mixed use on this property? And if so, why wouldn't it work versus your plan? I'm not saying you'd have to answer this. This is some of the questions that I would be asking, knowing that our goal as a commission is to enhance the town center district. I'm not saying yay or nay to what you want to do. I'm just saying these are the questions that I would ask. That's all I really have.
Commissioner Glico?
I mean, I think we would like to see, like, what kind of material you'd be using structure-wise to see if it fits in our town center.
Aesthetically?
Yeah, aesthetically. You know, lighting, noise, all that goes into play. That's all I got.
Commissioner Hassey?
Piggybacking, how impact traffic coming in, obviously you got the 2 curb cuts you were talking about, how it'll impact your residential zone. So how does that impact, depicting on here, you got vacuums close by, is there noise issues, landscaping, all that kind of stuff could come into play. Renderings of the building. And kind of what commissioners really said, options as to what else could be done, potential for anything else, even if it is this scenario, but orienting it a different way, or however other options you looked at.
Commissioner
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing really in addition to what was said. I just want to emphasize noise as being a potential issue because of, you know, the vacuums and the operation itself. So building orientation, screening, any type of noise abatement is gonna be important. You've got residences above, so the noise projects above, so that's a potential issue. Lighting, it's building materials, you know, compatibility with the surrounding aesthetic is important. Respectful of the residential mixed-use nature of this area. Those are all important items. And also, the curb cuts, I'm confused. You said that there's one curb cut now and...
No, there's two there now.
Oh, there's two there now.
Yeah.
The rendering was incorrect.
Okay, so, you know, minimizing curb cuts, possibly making it one instead of two.
I think we would leave it as two.
We're always looking to try to minimize curb cuts, to minimize conflicts on the street and traffic, obviously, traffic impact. And hours of operation is gonna be an important thing to address.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Morhos?
I really don't have any questions. I just have a comment that this is on our part. It looks, I'm looking at the overhead map for the Google overhead satellite, and it looks like it's compatible with the businesses up to the left and right, and even there's a business behind it too. I think maybe the omitting car washes might have been an oversight on our part when we created the town center, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, whatever it was. So I mean, I guess we have to see the site plan and what the actual idea is going to be, but I have no other questions other than that comment.
All right, thank you. Commissioner? No? No question? Oh. All right. So, yeah, I think what I would do is I would encourage to look, you know, for you guys to look at the town center district provisions. That was created for a reason. You know, as you can see, you saw Kelson Row project and other projects that are coming around. You know, there was a reason why this particular area was carved out, you know, and changed to allow for Rocky Hill, you know, to become like pedestrian friendly. People are walking, eating, living up there, you know, on the second floor. That was the whole concept because, you know, Rocky Hill, as you know, is bifurcated in like 3 segments, and we really don't have like a town center or town green or whatever that people with other towns talk about, right? So that was the whole reason of creating this. So, you know, you have to think about if we start carving out piece by piece by piece by piece, you know, in this town center, now we are just, you know, creating ad hoc, you know, concept of town, you know, versus a cohesive area that we wanted to create. So I think if you know, that's what I will be looking at and see how the proposal is compatible to the town center district. Does it comply, you know, does it address, you know, our, the proposed uses and, you know, in the language. You know, as you can see, you know, there is overall design, there is pedestrian orientation, there are mixed uses allowed, you know, building facade, signage, parking, you know, drive-through uses. So you can, you know, look at all those things and see how your project fits, or if there are other options to this project, you know, because.
I think the only reason why we came up with this is because if you look at it's an L-shaped piece with not a lot of frontage. So it's not a very developable site. Other than, I mean, we just thought that this would probably be best use for it.
And I think too, to piggyback off that, and Commissioner Molina, I don't.
Morhos.
Thank you. The fact that there are commercial businesses through there. That's why we were thinking maybe the text change would be something that could be discussed. And the fact that we could do it aesthetically pleasing to tie into, I mean, Kelson Row is beautiful, like to make it fit in, not stand out. Like we're not trying to have like neon lights and like, this is not the car wash we're envisioning. We're envisioning something very opposite.
And after
No,
all, with all
right.
these apartments,
Yep.
they need a place to wash their cars.
No, and I think, and, yeah, I mean, I am a, you know, I mean, this is just,
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
just like
absolutely.
Commissioner Morjos has his views, I have my views, you know, and it's like, you know, as you know, like, you know, once you start chipping away, how far are you going to chip?
Yeah, I know.
and
You
go?
say yes to
Where do you
someone,
end?
right.
To that point, Kim, can you verify, is this the last property in the town center before it goes commercial? On the zoning map?
Stuff to say.
Okay.
I believe it's the last property in the town center zone before
I
it
believe
goes
it is.
commercial.
Yeah.
Because I believe
then
the ice cream shop and that.
There may
struck-
be other ideas for, in the POCD that may extend that. I know we had
Yeah.
talked about that at one point, so, and that's coming up, so
Yeah.
who knows?
So,
There's also an option to, you know, not put it in the town center
Maybe
zone
change-
and go to.
Change the zoning.
Change the zone and then make it work in that zone, so we're not affecting the town. I'm talking,
yeah,
I'm
I think
talking
it's,
to the
Yeah,
commission.
right.
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
absolutely.
yeah, I think it's, what happens is,
So-
say you were the second last owner of the property and you create something beautiful, and now you have this.
Yeah.
So you would be like, hey, I thought this was like a town center zone. What's going on, right? So I think what happens is you have created a zone which is on books for a couple of years.
We're creating spot zoning. out
And,
in it.
and it's unfair to your neighbor or the next neighbor, because they buy something. Yeah. You know. No, again, I know it's highway, so,
Makes it hard to make it a town
yeah.
center.
No, but again, I think that was the whole purpose, right? It's, you know, why did we have Kelson Road? It was highway, I mean, we could have done something, you know. Yeah, but I think that's the issue. We have a highway where we are trying to create something cohesive, you know, and that's why we created this whole concept. I mean, otherwise, why even have town center? If it's a highway, just get rid of it. I mean, that's, you know, so it doesn't,
I think the area.
You can see the
Yeah.
debate that we would have.
Yeah, no,
Right,
yeah,
and-
we got it.
and we
You're
understand
listening
both
to
sides.
kind of like the interaction that we would
Yeah.
be, so, what we're saying is that you should you should listen to what we're saying and try to incorporate it into your project.
Absolutely.
And how this commission has worked hard to get the town center in the regs, in the POCD, and to staff's point, we'll be looking in the POCD in the future to possibly expand this use. So,
But there's a future. I mean, that's,
consider that as you look at the application.
because what happens is, like, as I just said, right, if you were the particular owner, you know, maybe 2 or 3 properties down,
Right.
and you followed this town central zoning, and you develop your property and all that, and now suddenly you see something, a zone change next door, and something else comes, you'll be like, hey, what happened? You know, I did all this investment thinking this is a town center,
Yeah.
and now you're allowing, you know.
And I absolutely appreciate that. I also, when we were initially discussing this, we did not know that it was town center. And a lot of the buildings that are in town center, I could be misspeaking, but they seem to have been there for a little while. So
Yeah.
that was another reason why we thought maybe it was willing to give it a shot. My other just little initial feedback, not very scientific, but I am in the Facebook groups in Rocky Hill. A lot of chatter about a car wash on this side of Rocky Hill. So that was positive to see as well, because it seems like it's not just us that would like one, that there are other people as well.
Yep.
So we totally understand the concept of if you say yes to one, then you have to say yes to all. And to your point, the fact that it is a highway to have a town center feel, the walkability, I understand what you're saying about like town greens and other towns, and I totally get that. And I think we could compromise making it look really nice and make it somewhere someone would want to go, and still
but you still can look outside the box.
Yeah, yeah, so that's our hope.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there are, I mean, you can work with staff and see what else can go in, like, is there any other option? As you said, you know, you don't have much room, this or that. Maybe staff can look at and say, hey, how about this? You know, maybe you can have this, or maybe you can have something like this, right? Because what we are doing is, and staff can talk about this, you know, there are property owners within that zone that come to staff and say, I want to do this, I want to do that. And first thing staff says is, hey, you know, you have to have a mixed use here. You have to have this, right? So we are talking to people and implementing what town center is allowing us to do. And then suddenly somebody comes and we change it. And so what happened to 5 or 50 people that we just said, do this, do that, right? So I think it's the consistency also. I mean, again, that's the whole reason of zoning, right? Why do you have zoning? So that if I purchase a property, I know that somebody's not going to change it and make it industrial, right? Why do you have residential? So that nobody will change it to residential, right? So I think that's the whole purpose. I mean, you know. We gave, you know.
I just have one question.
Good that you tried.
I'm familiar with the property, and I remember when it was rock rubber was up
Yeah.
top.
Yeah.
And that, to me, looked like that was always an access way.
Well, it
That's why
is
they had-
it is a right of way.
So is that still gonna be, that's still like a right of way for them?
Yeah, well, the way he laid it out, the right of way wouldn't be, I guess the right of way is still gonna be open to the back property, Rock Rubber's old building.
Yeah, I mean, I see the driveway cut going up, that's why I was questioning
Yeah.
it. So that's the second curb cut.
Yeah, that's why there's 2 curb cuts on that.
I get it.
That used to be looks like a
Yeah,
drive.
I get it, yeah, it's like, to get the shape and then back
Yeah,
down
the
almost.
shape of the building was up top.
That's why we were thinking this, because there's really not much you can fit on it. It made sense because of the length of it.
Yep.
But hey, look, you know what, you don't know unless you try, so it's a good thing for her.
I mean, you can still talk to staff. I mean, I think if based on what you heard,
We're not
you know.
saying yay or nay, we're just
Right.
giving you what we
We're
would,
just giving you.
what we
Yeah,
would
no,
be talking about.
Right,
But it's-
we had a very preliminary discussion, and that's why we're here for the
Yep.
pre-application, to I guess, let you know that we were gonna try for a text change.
I mean,
So the text change, Kim, the text change would be to
Well,
allow,
like, and the commission brings up a good point. There's a text change, which you change the regs,
yes,
which would take the car wash use, put it in the town center zone, and then any property in the town center zone, someone could come in and apply for a car
it
wash.
can go anywhere.
right.
A zone change is where you're changing the zoning designation on the land, and then this property would no longer be, if it got approved,
Yep.
would no longer be part of the town center zone.
So those are the 2 options
That's,
available. So it would change from TC to C would be,
which you could have,
then
apply
they,
for a
then
car
they would be
wash.
allowed by right to do
Well,
that.
no, they have to come back to P and Z.
Well, right, but
Yeah,
it would be an allowed use.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So what would happen if we start going through the POCD and we decide to expand the town center? Would they be then grandfathered?
Yeah, it's an island.
If it's approved, they come in the timely manner and it gets
Yeah,
approved,
right.
however way it does.
Then
It
say
would
6
be,
months or a year
it
down?
would be grandfathered,
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, so.
But again, I think it's not like shut door, right? I mean, I think staff can assist and come up, you guys can do brainstorming and come up with something and, you know, that may work based on your layout, right?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, I just wanna make sure I'm on the same page. So we would be applying for then a zone change, not a text change?
Well, that's something that you would have to figure out. And you
Okay.
can certainly discuss that with me and
Okay.
pros and cons.
Okay.
I mean, the commission can't tell you, you need to do this or
Oh, no,
you
I
need to
meant,
do
sorry,
that.
I meant to
Yeah.
direct it at you, I
Yeah,
apologize.
but, yeah, we can sit down and chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate everyone's time, and I'm sorry that it's so late for everybody.
No,
but
no,
we
sorry,
appreciate
your
hanging out.
patience. Thank
No,
you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
By the way, great job with that town center with those apartments. They did a good
Kelsey
job
Brown. Yeah, it's really pretty.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks for your time,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thanks, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item E is to be continued, right? Yeah, item E to be continued.
That was tabled. Yeah, we had an email from the engineer that asked that that be continued.
Okay, so we don't have to take any action.
No, it would just be, yeah.
Item F.
Site plan modifications, Mike Rutherford, Walmart Estate Business Trust, proposing to install wayfinding signs, restripe areas of parking lot, and create a pickup area at the southwest corner of building for Walmart located at 80 Town Line Road in the RC Regional Commercial Zoning District, ID 04-556.
Good evening.
Gentlemen, thank you for your patience.
I feel like I won a prize here. I picked a bad day to skip lunch.
Oh.
I know.
Me too.
I'm gonna say skip, work through. It was the, but Jeff Ford, professional engineer with Bowler Engineering, located at 65 LaSalle Road, West Hartford, Connecticut. Here on behalf of Walmart. Bowler does a lot of the Walmarts throughout the country, several different programs for Walmart. And in this case, I'll try to be brief with my presentation, as the program that they're installing or implementing here is actually the least intrusive of them. There's no building expansions. It's simply a parking lot improvement plan. So basically what that means, and I'll see if I can scroll through. I'm sure you're all familiar with the property. Essentially what Walmart does is they go through a lot of their stores throughout the country, and they identify ones that have parking lot deficiencies. In this case, as you can see on here, just indicated by a lot of the gray hatching, those are basically areas in which there are no stop controls, and there's no stop bars, stop signs, anything. So it's just free-flowing traffic. They're coming in, and I believe it ended up being 28 stop signs, stop bars that get implemented as part of the proposal here. Also, north being to the right of the page, on the easterly side, on the southern end of the building, is currently where they have their online pickup stalls. Currently, they have 7 online pickup stalls. Obviously, with the way things have evolved in the retail world, they're going with more OPD stalls, they call them, so the online pickup. They're actually relocating those to the southwest corner of the site, indicated by the bigger gray hatch there in the back corner, basically where they had their storage pallets in the rear there. So in doing so, they basically relocated them from the front of the store to the back of the store, and part of the application package had a wayfinding signage plan that was being implemented, directing customers basically to the outer ring road and then to the back area for the pickup. So all of that was done just to create a much safer condition, both for pedestrians and vehicular traffic with the stop controls. One of the other things that they identify on some of their stores when they're doing this is also the crosswalks or lack thereof crosswalks. In this instance, on the southerly side of where the garden center is, there currently is no crosswalk. The proposed plan has installed a crosswalk in that location. And then just at the main entryway, modified that crosswalk, which was one of the long, over 100-foot crosswalks, into a more conventional width crosswalk that lines up with the handicap stalls and the front entrance. So that's really it. There's no utility changes. There's one light pole in the rear where the OPD stalls are going, where there's currently a slim LED fixture that's got 2 heads on it. The proposed plan in the back of the set, there's a lighting plan that installs 2 additional heads on that back area. No light spillage to the residential properties to the west. It just provides a little bit more light in that OPD area that I described earlier. No change to operations, no change to hours, landscaping, everything else stayed very much the same. So it really is a safety concern they have, and at the same time, on top of all of that, they'll seal coat the entirety of the Walmart parking lot, so it'll actually look new once they're done with these improvements. But that's it in a nutshell. Happy to answer any questions that you guys may have with what mental capacity I have left.
All right. Tim, you want to add, do you have anything to add? Just discuss.
Well, there's a few things that stick out from strictly a staff perspective.
Sure.
Or an enforcement perspective. You're installing signs on an abutting property not owned by you. I say
Correct.
you being Walmart.
Correct.
Do you have permission, and we would need to know that you have permission, something from Acadia Management?
Yes, we should be able to get something in writing that indicates they're allowing us to install those wayfinding signs.
And also, and you may not know this, but you mentioned the pallet storage area. That still remains behind those walls, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And the way that they did we redid the striping for the OPD pickup stalls, there had been in some of the aerials, some items that had been stored outside. They've been advised to keep everything in, and then we created a dedicated drive aisle between the wall and the parking spaces, so that will be rectified.
You anticipated one of my next questions. Also, the storage containers, which have nothing to do with this.
Yep.
But they are on site, and that's a problem. We have a history of storage containers being left on site.
I'll pass that along to Walmart.
Yes, they must go.
Very good.
Thank you. Commissioner?
So my first question was, does Walmart actually own the property? Because I see property lines. So this is two different parcels.
Correct.
here.
Yep.
The only way to access it is that you have a right-of-way through
Correct.
the first property, and they're not attached, Walmart is not attached to, what is it, Dollar Store or whatever that is? or
Yeah,
whatever.
I believe there's a Stop and Shop, or there's grocery
Yeah,
there.
whatever that is.
Yep, but they have shared access, shared parking, and then it's two separate lots. The Walmart piece in the southern half being 10.5 acres, and then the northerly half was a little over 13 acres.
There were variances granted years ago to do the subdivision.
Okay, because my question was, is how'd you know where to stop? But then I saw the property lines, and so that kind of alleviated my first question.
Great.
And then, the second question take me through, the the pickup area.
Sure.
It's similar to like Sam's Club, where like it's like literally out the back door,
Yep.
and wheels right out, and you sit in a spot.
Yep.
I'm in spot one. Come deliver my stuff. I don't get out of the car. I don't do any of that stuff. There's no.
That's exactly right, and part of what this helps to alleviate was right now, without having the crosswalk, and where they are located is right in front of the garden center. It wasn't that safe of a condition, so now by putting them in the rear, that's exactly how that would work.
Okay. I have nothing further. I just wanted that. I have no other questions.
All right, Commissioner Gligo?
Nothing on this plan, but for staff, just to enforce, picking up trash, it's, like all the trash gets down on that embankment.
Yep.
And like you could actually now see it on the highway, it's just trash all on that, like from the garden.
We can't hear you.
Okay.
I will pass that along to Walmart.
There you go.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's
Does
both property owners. It's the same condition.
No comment.
Commissioner Leco?
So the garden materials, the mulch, the soil and stuff, that's gonna be moved over to the southwest corner? Is that what you're proposing?
No change to that. So there's a storage area in the back, just to the north of the larger gray hatch there, that's enclosed by a wall. That's where a lot of their storage takes place. The only thing we're relocating is the physical spaces, which comes with the pickup signage that goes with when you're parked in one of those 13 spaces in the back. But no change to anything outside, other than we recommended that the couple of pallets they had stored in the drive aisle get moved into the enclosure where it currently should be.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Morose?
I have no questions, but if I can editorialize for a second, I've used the pickup, and this is a much better way of arranging it than what you've had in the past. So, anyhow, I probably shouldn't have said that, but no other
You
questions.
said anyways. You know it. All right, you're done?
That's all I got.
Mr. Brescia?
So you have the pickup, you can go in the back way, then
Correct.
where, but isn't that where all the big 18-wheelers go and all the trucks go for deliveries? Is that,
Deliveries still take place in the same spot, but I think ultimately with you being in your car and employees are coming out to you, we're not having customers walk in to pick up stuff in the back room or anything like that. So operationally speaking, it'll still function as it does.
oh, yeah, no, I just, because I know in the back there that people speed down there because they took away the speed bumps.
In the rear, yes.
Yeah, so people are like going fast down there.
Yeah,
And-
the good news is I think part of the wayfinding signage plan we put together really directs all of those pickup spaces to come into the site through the main access, turn left, and then go on that easterly ring road and then traverse to the back of the site as opposed to going behind the building coming in off the main intersection. And then the driveway that's shown to the west there is a gated access, so that's not actually a drive in the back.
Right, that's an emergency access.
Yep.
You can drive through there.
You can drive through there?
Can-
The back
The
entrance?
back, you're talking the back here?
Gated
The
emergency?
driveway to the street in the rear.
To Charter Road.
Yeah.
The gate, yeah.
That's got the Knox box in
Yes,
the
I was
gate.
gonna say, it's got a gate there.
We are not touching that.
Oh no. Oh, no. You know, it used to be open at one time. We used to drive there.
I'd have some more people here if that was what we're proposing.
No, that looks good. You're going from 7 to 13?
Yes. And there's a total loss of, I believe, 10 spaces, but we're overparked from a regulation standpoint, so.
And there's enough room for handicap vehicles and stuff to
Yes.
pull in and pull straight out, so they're not
Yes.
backing up? Okay. Good? I'm good.
All right. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to follow up on what staff said. You know, there's a real, at least for me, there's a real concern of being a good citizen. I'll
Sure.
just put that out on an umbrella. Lot of storage outside, things that we approve, and then it gets, you know, discarded and you know, a lot of things happen. You know, and that's not good for the town.
Yep.
We make that small businesses, when they come to us, we follow rules and we tell them and deny things and, you know, but here we have, you know, Walmart, and I think other commissioner can vouch for that. Walmart has been used as an example.
Sure.
Oh, they do that.
Yeah.
Walmart is doing that. When I went there is a storage outside, there is this outside. That's not good.
Agreed.
So, and I don't know what can be done. I mean, I think you can say, I'll be point blank, you can say, yes, it will be approved, but once this is approved or whatever, Walmart is on its own merry way.
Yep.
That's unacceptable.
We've been successful,
know.
we've been successful in the past on a lot of these, where we hear similar things from a lot of the commissions.
Yeah.
On, when we come in for these, and it doesn't even end up being about what we're proposing, it ends up being about existing conditions or things that they're not following through on.
Right.
And we have a direct line to Walmart corporate at their headquarters, and they do bring that back, and in a few instances that's happened, things were cleaned up and maintained. I don't know for how long. We followed up periodically, but I will pass that along in
And
addition to
it's,
the storage.
And again, when people use, you know, Walmart as an example, when we're trying to do our jobs here, you know,
Yeah,
that
not a
doesn't
good
make
look.
our jobs easier.
Understood.
So, and I also want to focus on and ask other commissioners on signage. How does this comply with our signage requirements? There are a lot of signage. Remember there, if I recall, there was a Taco Bell or somebody, and they wanted to have signs. And we say, you know, there are so many signs you're putting up. I mean, they know you can just go by here. You know where the window is and where you can buy and stuff like that. So how does this comply with our overall signage that we have? You know,
I mean, the Wayfair sign ones or the paintings on, the paintings?
yeah, the paintings and if,
Well, the
you know,
paintings, the paintings are for safety reasons. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the.
Correct.
the
That's correct. The stop bar,
bars and
yes.
everything.
That's
We're
all just
So we're
paint.
just talking about those those.
wait,
This is a much bigger scope, property-wise, multiple tenants on this property, where Taco Bell, you're pulling into one building.
no, I understand. I think,
So I think the signage is almost needed to
Right.
direct them for that, for the purpose of the pickup.
But again, I think if every big business just come and say, we need this kind of signage, I'm trying to say, like,
I
when I go
agree.
to Costco, right?
Yeah.
Costco doesn't tell me, like, boo, 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 go
Because
back.
they don't have a pickup, do they?
No, they have, like, they'll have trees pick up on the side, and,
But they also are in a standalone building and don't have to deal with another tenant. Their entrance is not on their property. I think that, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Like, you
We
go to
don't- we
Sam's
don't-
Club, right?
We don't
You
want
go
to set,
Sam's.
we don't want to set a precedent
Right.
of the number of signage, but it looks like their signage is to basically say, how do you get from the entrance to our property
Yep.
and go where we want to go?
Correct. And there's 23 acres of, I think, 13 of those signs that are pretty small, and they just say pick up with an arrow in a certain direction. But
I guess that's a question for
The,
staff on
the
signage.
the size of a sign, like a no parking sign, like a stop sign?
Yeah.
Like a,
So they're 24 by 24 for stop
Okay.
signs, 36 by 36, they come in different sizes. And then on our plan with these pickup signs, they vary and they're called out on that plan, but they're 24 inches by 18 inches on average. So they're small placards that are more directional in nature as opposed to
Will they
advertising.
will they be like mobile, so they move, or
No,
will they be?
they'll be in the ground, correct, behind the curb.
In the islands
Correct.
or whatever
On
it
a
is?
similar post to what you'd find a stop sign on or any other directional sign.
So the biggest pickup sign you have is 36 inches.
Yep, yeah, the average of them was the 24 by 18, and then there are ones that have the pickup hours, that's 36 by 18, which is where the stalls actually are. But the directional signage that's traversing the 23 acres of the site, that's the 13 that are just the 24 by 18 with the arrows in whatever direction you're being asked to go.
It looks like you're creating a traffic pattern with these signs.
Correct.
Not go down the middle of the property, but go to the outside of
Correct.
the
The
property.
goal being is right now, a lot of the traffic that comes in for those pickups are going right down the main drive aisle, and there's a lot of pedestrian conflicts with people coming out of the existing facilities. So this puts them around the ring road and then to the back, so they don't have to go in front of all those other
So
retailers.
it's enhancing the
Correct.
experience of the.
Exactly right.
Driving experience.
Yeah, yeah.
no, so, I don't know what we do about, Kim, the storage and things like that, we say, we put a time frame and say, get these things addressed within certain time frame.
Well, that's a compliance, that's a.
No, I understand, but I think,
We can do
Part
it
of-
as I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't think it can be a condition on approval of this, but it can be a friendly quote-unquote reminder of, we looked at it.
The items in the direct area of the pickup where they're reconfiguring the parking to the rear of the building, that's a given. If there's problems out there and you need to create these spaces, that's a given that those problems need to be corrected before you do that.
Yep.
So the storage containers, no, not so much. But whatever's in that area, the pallets outside of that area, the outdoor storage, the carts that appear all the time, that can be corrected.
And that's exactly accurate, because right now, that area is kind of forgotten and not utilized in any way, shape, or form. And now that that's going to be a big part of their business, they're not going to want to have anything in their drive aisles that would impede a car from getting in and out with ease, so.
yeah, because what happens is summer comes and now you got, fertilizer and you got, mulch and you
Yeah.
got this and that, all the things come out because, they just keep expanding.
Yeah.
But they do have that approval for the outdoor area for the seasonal item.
Yep. But then it stays there forever. I think it's, right, so, I think hopefully we can address this issue and, make sure that, they're good neighbors and take care of, the approvals that we have given and not do things that is not permitted.
Yep, agreed.
So, I think,
We have his name.
well, I think, I don't know,
I don't have the direct line to the Walmart
No,
president, but
no.
I'll talk to some people.
If contract expires, then you'll be gone, someone else will come.
You don't know Sam?
What's that?
You don't know
Yeah.
Sam?
Know of
He
him.
he knows Sam, Uncle Sam.
I know him.
So how do we do this so that the message goes, and I think it's, Kim, how can we make motion that, you know, I know you look at,
You're strictly dealing with what's before you.
yep,
So, and obviously, in order to correct and get the site prepared to do what they want to do, those things need to go away. And
Okay,
that's gonna be
so-
part of it. That has to be
Okay.
part of it. The
Site
storage containers, that's a separate issue.
yep.
That's a rolling item that
That's,
needs to be on the list.
yes.
No, so, again, I'm looking at some sort of, you know, commitment as to, you know, that it would be addressed, and it be brought to their attention, and it will be addressed, and, you know,
I can tell you it will be, just by the nature of what we're proposing to do, that the outdoor storage, it's gonna correct itself, and they're not gonna allow their customers to experience, you know, a drive aisle that's blocked by extra storage, because of the fact now that's a highlight of their operations now.
then there's containers, right? Containers is the one that's outside of this.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
How about we try a motion, and let's see if it appeases what you're trying to do. So, in that, a motion to approve the site plan modifications for Walmart on 80 Town Line Road with the condition that all outside storage and shipping containers and anything else that will impede the spirit of what is being done with these changes is corrected.
Second that.
But now we can discuss.
Yeah, any discussion?
Are we okay, are we okay with that to cover our base, or do we need more stringent language, more detailed language?
I think it's fine.
Or blanket language? Was that blanket enough to cover what we want to
Yeah,
talk
I think
about?
it covers, we talked about storage and as it relates to this project. But if storage has no impact on the project,
that's another matter.
that's another
Okay?
matter. But what I'm saying is.
That has nothing to
No, no,
do.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
that's why I
understand.
wanted to.
We're
try to
complicating this issue.
He wanted to,
Bifurcate the issue.
right.
You brought it up as an FYI. I'm sorry.
But we want to make sure that it's clarifies that
Right.
these changes have to come with, you know, you got to deal with your storage issue, you know. you
They're
gotta
not
do
going to
all-
get the final approval for this until,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, it's going to be approved by the commission, but then we have to go and see and make sure it's done correctly. And we have to sign off on it. We're not getting that sign off if that's there.
No.
No, no.
Can we,
No.
how about
No.
a friendly amendment including that when staff reviews it, that approval comes to the commission?
Well, we just
before it
review,
is-
we just review now we're micromanaging staff.
No, I think.
We just
I
need to see,
think-
we
but
just
I
need to see
think-
their approval. We just need to see their approval, proof of performance.
Well, it's gonna come
Why?
up,
We
it's
call
gonna
it
come
proof
up
of
on the
performance.
spreadsheet.
It'll come up on the spreadsheet if it's
On the
not.
zoning enforcement spreadsheet.
No, but again, I think there are
Yeah,
two
that's a-
issues, so we have to make sure that, you know, because when you go for this approval,
You'll see
any
anything.
of those containers are still there,
Okay, that's.
you can
that's-
still approve. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but the outdoor storage in that area will not be there. Because there's problems in that area too.
Okay.
I think staff is saying that they understand the difference between this application and what else you're talking about.
I'll
and
take your
that-
word,
And then,
and I will come
with-
back.
And with
We
that.
don't get your permission for every zoning compliance certificate we do, nor should we.
And I
We don't
think,
have to
and I
do
think
that.
with that, and I think what staff is, what the commission is saying is that if you see something that is not pertaining to this application, we would like it on the zoning enforcement list.
Yes, that's
Would you
what
say
I
that?
understand.
Okay.
Okay.
So
We
application,
agree.
let's get it
We
going.
agree.
And everything else, let's
Right.
get it on the
Yes.
enforcement list,
We
so there
agree.
are some record of something's happening at Walmart.
I will let them know it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. That's why we have a zoning enforcement spreadsheet and officer.
Let's move to vote.
All
I
right,
second it.
Move to
Talk
vote.
to the-
well, move to vote, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you guys very much.
Thanks for your patience.
have to adjourn by 11:59, that's all I know.
Oh,
11:59.
doing it.
all right.
Let's go.
Let's move. Any other business? Prague Regional Planning Commission. There is no update from, we got the update last time, right?
No, the last meeting was in November,
Yep,
and there won't be a meeting again until March.
yep. All right. Item B, zoning enforcement.
Walmart.
Walmart?
Walmart.
We're going to add Walmart to
Add
the list.
Walmart.
And I will, I
Already
have,
got your approval, quick run. Go.
I have the number of somebody I dealt with.
Mike
I deal with a
Rutherford.
facilities person at the corporate headquarters.
Okay.
I've dealt with the manager in the past, and I find it easier to go to corporate and have them come back. And so that will happen this week.
Okay, thank you.
What? Oh, okay. It's just easier.
Just that garbage, like you said, along that bank.
Yeah, and that'll probably take, yeah, because you have that, and then you have Acadia Management also. So that's a,
Yep.
yeah. It's also in the back, too. So,
I'm trying to address your concern. All right. Minor modifications.
no.
None. Affordable Housing Committee. We discussed this last time. Right?
Affordable Housing Committee, you're going to have some regulations coming your way based upon their recommendations that I introduced last meeting. I'm putting together the actual language for that, and that'll go to the regional planning agencies and then to you. And then at that meeting, you will have probably the chairman and another member of the Affordable Housing Committee actually coming to discuss that.
But why would it go to CROG before us?
It gets referred to CROG because there's a lead time before the public hearing, so I have to send it to CROG.
But I think,
I do that with all regulation changes. They
no,
have
I
to
know, but I
have the.
think we were going to discuss whatever this housing committee is proposing, that it meets certain.
Okay, I know there was things concerning the accessory apartments. You agreed on the definition matching the regulation. That was just a wording change. And then
There
you
was like a
agreed on, you seem to
micro-
agreed on the separate utilities also. So those I'm bringing forth. I know there was things on tiny houses you wanted to know more information on, so we'll get that for you. That won't be a public hearing at that point.
Okay, so that won't go to CROG.
No, because it doesn't go to CROG until there's an actual regulation being
Right.
proposed. So if I choose to propose a regulation on anything, I have to send it to CROG by state law, and they have to have it for so many days to review prior to a public hearing. So I would do that before it even gets on an agenda. So,
Right, but normally what would happen, say
that is,
P and Z is not in agreement with what you're proposing to CROG, and
it
now you
doesn't matter.
submit.
They still have a right to by state statute, I have to follow the state statutes, and that's what they say to
No,
do.
but when you submit draft, I mean, I think, what I'm saying is, we have to agree on the concept, right? Like, what are we proposing, what is the
Yes,
concept?
you did concur, or there was some sort of consensus on this accessory apartment thing. If you'd like to see it again, it's basically taking the definition of accessory apartment and making it consistent with the regulation by using the word "or attached."
Okay.
Or detached, rather. I don't feel that needs to
Okay.
have a great discussion, so
So-
I'm gonna propose it. Even if you want to see it first, I'm still gonna send it to CROG.
So the mini or whatever housing units or whatever, what do you
No.
call it? Micro units, whatever, that's not
Tiny
part of
houses.
it. Tiny
That's not
houses
part
is
of
not part of it.
No.
Okay,
Tiny houses.
yeah, tiny houses. All right. Legislation.
Well, they started the new session, so we're going to have, I had something in, I think, in the last packet.
Yeah, there was
Might be
Oh, it's a
on this
legislative
request.
priorities?
Yeah. Those are some of the things that the
Yep.
coalition, the Council on Small Towns is looking at for priorities. This is one entity looking at certain priorities. So CCM has another set of priorities that they're looking at. There is a lot of overlap. You know, transportation is a big thing, affordable housing, obviously. They're looking at taking the affordable housing, that infamous 10% for each community, and dividing it up by regions of the state.
They're looking at regional.
Yeah,
something, yep.
regionalizing that, and then having each regional planning agency or COG take
Assign-
and figure out, okay, Rocky Hill, you need to do so many
Mm-hmm.
units. Okay, you know, New Britain, you have to do so many units, or maybe not, because
Yep,
you've done your share, you know. And that way it's spread out more equitably, so, we'll see.
All right, we don't have any bills.
Can we talk about
What about the POCD?
Can we talk about that now?
Oh, bills?
No, the POCD?
Oh, POCD, yeah.
Yes. Now, Dimple and I talked about this on the phone today briefly. I looked at this, I looked at the schedule, and we have to back into a public hearing and adoption date on June 18th. We need to have it done, completely done by June 25th. I spoke with Steve Sopelak, who was our department head, community development director, and I also spoke to Ray Carpentino, our town manager, about meeting the letter of the statute as far as time frame goes, and whether it be a update, an amendment for the POCD. And he's saying, meet the intent of the statute, and then proceed forward after that. So there will be some updates to it. It won't be a major update. It will be taking, if you remember that infamous spreadsheet, you know, we have to go back. But going back to that, saying, okay, what have we done, what haven't we done? What we have done, we remove. What we haven't done stays in for now. We attach the affordable housing plan to it. That will be part of the plan. The community resiliency report, which you had received previously, that would be part of the plan. The hazard mitigation plan, which is worked on jointly from the town of Rocky Hill and CROG, that's completed. That will be part of the plan. The emergency management plan, that will be dumped in here as well.
You have sustainability or anything?
Well,
Or
that
nothing
kind of ties in with the community
Okay.
resiliency.
Complete street.
Complete Streets policy, and one of the items that we need to work on as, under that would be, a strategy would be to create a Complete Streets plan, and how we would go about that. So that would be added into the plan as well. But one of the thoughts I had, and I don't know how the commission feels about it, is a subcommittee of this group to meet when we have special meetings, whether it be the fourth Wednesday of the month and possibly the first Wednesday of the month, to actually do that.
So I think the reason she's proposing that is, you know, we are not going to hire a professional, so it will be all done
Because the
in-house.
town-
So that's the reason why the onus is not on the staff and commission, and we'll have to meet more often than we used to do
Or the
before.
commission as a whole could do this.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so, again,
Is it a front table thing, or is it us sitting back there just?
no, it will be formal meetings, right?
It will be public meetings.
Public meetings. So, again, so there are two type, you know, the two ways we can do it. Form a subcommittee of 3 people, members, or have the entire committee here, but it's going to be intense. It could be first Wednesday,
It could be the
third
first
Wednesday, fourth
and-
Wednesday.
And update the commission on the third Wednesday, and then another meeting on the fourth Wednesday.
Right.
So if we do the full commission, we have to have a quorum anyway, right? 3 people
You
anyway.
need 3. That's why I was thinking just doing,
Do the full commission, and we have to have 3.
but if you don't, then it's my plan. It's
Yeah,
why
well,
I
actually,
really want to,
You're right, yeah.
I
No,
really
because
want to
it's
make sure
intense,
there's at
so-
least 3 people that are at that meeting. at those
So
meetings.
what is everybody's consensus, like, go full board and attend 3 meetings in a month?
Well, yeah, or just have, like you put out in the past, are you coming?
Yeah,
You know, and you respond.
and have people respond.
And respond all, so that everybody knows. How's that? There you go. It's okay. You're not good at
So-
respond all.
All right, so we'll just go full,
Okay. Okay.
everybody committed.
Okay, you
Nobody
have a
said no,
copy,
so-
you have a copy at your table of the POCD?
Yep.
Granted, it's not a, pretty glossy copy, but you have a copy
You
right
have-
here.
Do you have it electronically, so we could actually?
I
go
can
in-
do that too. I'll send that out to
Send it us
everybody.
electronically, that way we can edit it with like strike-throughs.
I will do
'Cause
that.
that makes the job.
Yes, yes. I just wanted to get it
Yeah.
to you as a, yep, I will gladly do that. That's, I can do that tomorrow morning. Sorry.
Would that be like a PDF or?
Word has to be Word.
No, it could be Word.
Word?
We have
Okay.
it in Word, we
We
have
have
it
in
in
Word?
PDF. We
Okay.
have it in all different.
All right, so Word is good then. I mean,
Okay.
I think we can create, to reduce the number of entries
Yeah,
that somebody will have to make,
You have to share it and share it to us, so that
Right.
we're all editing the same document.
same document. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for you or whoever to,
It's either you have Microsoft, so you have to do it on your OneDrive and share it
Yeah.
in your OneDrive, or you know how to do it, whatever.
so if you share it, then we all can make
And-
changes.
And you can see who's making the edits.
Yep.
Yes, that's what we want.
And we will do it as a, not as a just delete, but, what do you
Strike
call
through,
it?
strike through, red line.
Strike, red line,
Yeah.
so you don't,
All the, it's when you red line, all the, it's
Yeah,
on
and
the
all
side.
all the
Yeah,
keystrokes and
that
everything's
makes it a
all
legal
appears on the
document,
other.
yeah.
Yep.
okay, so that works.
Cool.
All right,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you. All right, that's it, I think, motion, right, anything else?
No, we gotta approve bills.
Not anymore.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
We need a second, please.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, thank you all.